Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon or evening for those of you who are joining us online. Welcome to the first day of the MAG meeting. And this day, as opposed to yesterday, MAG has preference, so MAG has priority in speaking. But if you're a non-MAG member and you still want to make an intervention, you still can indicate through WebEx, and if you can't use WebEx, you can raise your hand here, and the chair will use her discretion whether or not to allow you to have the floor. When you do speak, please could you just introduce yourself briefly? That means just say your name slowly and stakeholder group. Sometimes people say their name very fast because they say it, every single day, but for other people, it's a bit difficult. So just say it slowly, please. The meeting is being recorded. Summary record will come out next week, and the video might be put on YouTube. We're not too sure if that's going to happen, but it might be. With that, I will. With that, I'll give it over to our chair, Carol Roach, to start the meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everybody. Welcome to the MAG meeting. I think yesterday went very well. We made some progress, and I'm sure we're going to even do better today. I'm just going to hand over to the host.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much on behalf of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Again, we would like Hagiga to express our great appreciation for the MAG, for the effort that you are doing. And we count on you in terms of the content of the event. We hope this IGF will be a memorable event, inshallah. We are in a very advanced stage in terms of the logistics. So probably almost everything is in place at the moment. All the contracts are signed. The event producer is on ground. And this year we are planning to spend even, based on the numbers that we saw, is even more than what Japan spent on IGF. So this is a testament for the commitment of the kingdom to make this is a great opportunity to strengthen the IGF. And try to seize the opportunity for our people in the region to get engaged with the wider IGF community, as well as from international IGF community to interact with the local community, not only in Saudi Arabia, but at a regional level in the Middle East. Having said that, work is in progress, but yet the design and the production of the event is still ongoing. This has given us a lot of opportunity. If any one of you have any suggestion, any idea about how we strengthen IGF from logistical perspective, this is completely welcomed. You can talk to me or to my team here or during the break. So thank you very much. We are looking forward for an excellent meeting today and tomorrow. And we hope to get a fantastic program this year that will help us to deliver our mission of IGF 2024 in Riyadh later this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any objections to the agenda for today?
Thank you, Chair. Octavia Jones for the record. Would there be a possibility for a group photo? Okay, I just want to make sure that we cover that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So the agenda is adopted. Thank you. Now, most of you know that I had a birthday in June. I just wanted to say thank you. And June is the best month of the year.
Yes.
And yeah, so good people like Dennis has a birthday today, so let's give him a good happy birthday. What time is the cake coming, Dennis? Okay, so thank you. So moving on, we're gonna have a presentation from, well, I did a debriefing yesterday at the end of the meeting, so unless anybody has any questions that they mulled over last night, want to say anything? Okay, Jordan?
Thanks, Carol. Good morning, everyone. Jordan Carter, a MAG member from the technical community. This is my first year on the MAG, obviously, so I'm experiencing each of these processes for the first time. I was a little maybe confused or didn't quite understand the context of the interventions yesterday afternoon, because I had made an assumption, which is always the parent of a mistake, really, but that most of the interventions would be focused on giving ideas and suggestions to the MAG about the program for this year's IGF, given that the purpose of this MAG meeting is focused on the program. What we got was a very interesting set of updates on the work that people are doing that is IGF adjacent or IGF relevant. Did I miss the memo, or did the people making the updates miss the memo, or is it just kind of a chance for people to say what they want to say to us, and we don't worry too much about whether it's focused on what we're doing? This probably would have been a question for me to ask in advance of the meeting rather than afterwards, but I was just wondering if you could share a little bit more context about it.
Thanks, Jordan, for the question. Yes, traditionally we've given space for organizations in the same ecosystem to brief us on what they're doing that relates to our work as well, internet governance, so that we know what they're doing, they know what we're doing, and we can also set up synergies, and we can also ask. There was a couple of interventions yesterday that we are going to follow up with and suggest that we do something together, and also just to inform the general the participants of this meeting of what they're doing, because we don't we're not isolated from everybody else. So that's the reason, and we've done it for I don't know 5 years, 6 years, something like that, just to give them that space. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, there's nobody in the chat asking any questions. So we'll move on to agenda item still in number 2, presentation from the IGF Secretariat on received sessions proposals.
Thank you. So we prepared a very short presentation on the other session types actually that we received. So not only workshops. When it comes to the workshops, you already received the statistics and also the suggested list of how to call it, workshops to be accepted under each subtheme. And now I'm just gonna present a little bit more about what has been submitted when it comes actually to the other session types. As you know, we do have networking sessions, launches and awards, day 0 events, the one happening on the 15th of December, and then open forums. And last but not least, also lightning talks. When it comes to the session proposals, here you can see the breakdown. We included here, for example, the workshops, just so that you have an idea of what has been received. And just for you to know, these are the screened ones, meaning that those, for example, the duplicates or whatsoever are not included here in this statistic. You can see that workshops are have been submitted by 45%, closely followed by lightning talks. The lightning talks will be organized in a completely separate room, so we can consider them as really separate sessions, and then followed by open forums. Day zero events, we received 30 of them, and we can actually allocate most of them really on the 15th of December, followed by networking sessions, launch and awards, and last but not least, dynamic coalition sessions. When it comes to the proposals by theme, this is just to show you that actually it has been really very equal amongst the 4 sub-themes, which is advancing human rights and inclusion, peace, development and sustainability, innovation and risks, and digital governance for the internet we want. Of course, these are the abbreviated sub-theme titles. And also something that we wanted to show you is actually the session room layout. So we're working closely with the host country to, as Amal yesterday presented, the rooms are very customizable. So we can really now inform the host country that most of the workshop rooms that we will have are going to be for roundtables, then theater style and classroom. Here we invite you to really visit all the received session proposals on our website. They have been posted. And perhaps just last but not least, an information regarding statistics on gender, but also on stakeholder group or regional group. We do not have them just because most of the organizers are, so you have several organizers coming together. And this is not data that we can actually properly retrieve, but we remain here in case you have any questions. So happy to answer whatever might come to your mind. Thank you.
No. Any comments? Bruna?
Thanks, Celine, and thanks, Carol, as well. Just a question on whether, perhaps it's something you already said, Celine, but do we have a breakdown of who submitted both day zero sessions and open forums? I think just as an initial kind of reading of the room, right? Because open forums are historically offered or requested by organizations, NGOs, and things like that. But I'm also interested in understanding whether day zero was also used as a organizing space for some stakeholders as it has historically been used. So just a question on that. But if you don't have the data now, it's also okay.
Sorry, we wouldn't have a breakdown regarding that precisely, but I can extract it and then also share it with the MAG later on. Yeah. But it has been, just to let you know, especially when it comes to the day zero events, it has been very consistent with those organizers actually from the previous years. Thank you.
I can't see hands. Can you see hands? I'm trying to see if there are any hands in the room. Lito?
Thank you. Lito Ibarra, MAG member. Just a curiosity, looking at the distribution among the topics, the 4 topics, it looks about almost the same for 25% around each one of them. However, in the amount of workshops that each one of us, our groups could select, our group, which is sustainability, has less workshops to be selected than the others. Any reason for that? Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually a very good point. So here for these statistics, I'm still sharing my screen, I think. It's only, so workshops are not included. So when it came to the workshop proposals, the statistics slightly changed. So this is where you had more harnessing innovation and balancing risks, followed by digital governance for the internet we want, etc. So this is the reason. But all the other session types, so other than workshops, these are the statistics, pretty equal. Thank you.
Many.
Oh. Go ahead, Manny.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Thank you, Carol. And this is Mani Anastasiadou, private sector representative. Thank you to Celine for the excellent presentation. And I just also wanted to say really for the incredible support throughout the process of us reviewing the workshop proposals. What I found particularly useful was the information that we received on the breakdown of the speakers and to really work towards ensuring that the workshops that we actually select, the sessions that we actually approved for this year's program really ensure a good diversity and a good multi-stakeholder representation. I think this is what the IGF is for, and this is what we should be living true to, and just making sure that as we will move into the final approval of the workshops today, to really make sure that those, again, keep this component of speakers diversity, of stakeholder diversity. And yeah, just one question that I wanted to ask was, I noticed in the sub-groups that were approving the workshops, I just wanted to ask how the breakdown of the MAG representatives is made there, because I noticed that in some cases, it's not really, for example, in my case as a private sector representative, I found that we are not as present or equally distributed across the other subgroups, and how the breakdown happened, and yeah, just to ask about the process. Thank you. Thank you. So when it comes to the breakdown of MAG members within the workshop evaluation groups, so we were trying our best to not only include the stakeholder, but also the regional. And you can imagine how difficult this is in the first place. And we took actually the stakeholder groups from the list of MAG members on our webpage. But what can then be different is how they themselves registered in their profile. So this is where it could lead eventually to a slight difference. But there's also sometimes a very fine line between the different stakeholder groups, whether, for example, it is private sector or, let's say, civil society, right? Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. Morning, everyone. Thanks, Celine, for this presentation. It's really, really useful. And I'm still sort of trying to digest here, so I'm a little, getting my head around it. But so there are 25 DC session proposals. Is that correct? No.
There are 22. Yeah, and this is not, so these are not the all the sessions that will come on the program. These are really just the primary screening done. So for example, all the duplicates, we deleted them, or very inappropriate content, for example, spams whatsoever. Just in general term, right? All right, and we will then go back, depending on what the program can actually accommodate, we'll then go back to the various session organizers. And we're not only talking about the dynamic coalitions, we're talking in general on how, for example, either they could collaborate and work together, or decide which session they would like to organize in case they have submitted more than just one. So this is a process that we are currently doing.
And so just for my information here, so we have the data or the idea of the proposals received. Does the Secretariat have a sort of starting proposal or initial idea of what the distribution will probably look like in the final agenda?
So this is something we're going to present tomorrow, meaning we don't have it yet, but we will definitely show the final data tomorrow. Thank you. But just in addition, so we gave you 90 workshops on the program, and then depending on how much we can accommodate on the program, also, you know, depending on the time of the workshop proposals, we will then also try to include a proportion, meaning, for example, open forums is the second largest group of session types. They will get proportionally more on the program than, for example, networking sessions. And of course, also something very important to us, we will stick to the definition of the various session types. So we will be screening networking sessions to make sure that these are indeed networking sessions, right? So yeah.
Bruna?
Thanks. Just so I didn't say my name before, Bruna Santos, third year MAG member, civil society. How many sessions at the same time can we have running at the same time? That's the first question. And I guess my initial question about open forums and so on is just for us to try to see whether there are too many overlaps or whether the overlaps are manageable, because we know that there is always overlaps, right? As some communities, they tend to submit the same proposal under an open forum and a workshop and perhaps even a lightning talk categories, just so we know that. So maybe for tomorrow or next week, we could take a look at the possible overlaps and see how do we manage the agenda around that sitting. So just, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So in addition to that, what we're also doing is amongst various session types to see, for example, when we have an organizer that submitted several session types, to really make sure that these aren't actually more or less the same session. So this is also something that we're having a closer look at. And you can also use this opportunity to actually also go on our website and just have a look already at the received session proposals. It is a little bit time consuming, but yeah, it's part of the process, I suppose. Thank you.
Zhao?
So this is Xiao. I'm the MAG member from China. And I'm wondering, I saw that from stakeholder groups, government accounts for 5%. I'm not sure of the data of last year and years before. Maybe government only accounts for 5%. Are the same governments involved? I think for this year, the government's involvement are very important and their support are very important. Maybe a host country, or we should have more procedures or something, tracks to bring them. That's my question. Thank you.
For the governments, they also have the open forums. So if they don't make it, because we know that sometimes it's very difficult for governments to do the workshops. So they also have open forums, though the open forums structure is different. So that's how we can increase the interaction with governments.
And perhaps just side information, we did receive a lot of open forums this year, and also with new governments. So this is something that is very welcomed.
Many? Oh, old hand? Okay. Bruna, is that an old hand? Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3, plenary 1, final workshop review and approval. Presentation of results. Not you?
Is it?
Oh, the groups?
Each group.
Oh, are they ready?
Do we have a list of the groups so that we can call them out? Are you guys ready?
Are you ready? Yeah?
No? Yes, you are.
Okay.
I see yes. I see Bruna shaking her head. Okay. Bruna?
Peace and sustainability might need like 10 minutes just to figure out something, but yeah, we need 10 minutes basically. That's the peace and sustainability group.
Or do you want a coffee break?
That's up for the group. So, do we need a coffee break?
Any other group needs a little 10 minutes? Pardon? Yes? Okay. 10 minutes? 10-minute coffee break? Okay.
Just allow me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just to let you know, there is, by coincidence, there is an event organized by Saudi Arabia in this building across just the door, just an event. It is a Camel's Year in the Saudi Arabia, and we have a fantastic exhibition. If you want to know more about camels and how much it costs and how beauty it is, so please enjoy your day during the day to visit the shop. We informed them about the MAG meeting, and they are welcoming all of you to visit that exhibition. It's just next to the cafeteria in the same floor. Thank you.
And the clock is ticking.
So Tim, so what's that?
Bis 25.
Ah, sekolah kan.
Ah,
Ya cuma dia paling habis kau
presque, presque 30 minutes.
cuma dia paling habis ya.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, let's settle down. We'll start.
So you got the group names?
Yeah, I don't.
Innovation, balancing, space.
So we do it alphabetically, advancing, enhancing.
Okay.
Okay. One thing. We'll go in alphabetical order. So we're doing advancing human rights and inclusions in the digital age. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Tiago, private sector representative for the record. I wanted to ask, can I have like sharing rights for the screen just to put up a document, if possible, to share with the group?
Lewis? Is it possible for many to have sharing rights for the screen? And by the way, if anybody else wants to share the screen, just send a message to Lewis, please, so that next means.
Yes. Okay, it works. Perfect. Let me zoom in a little bit. Basically, what we see right here is the 23 sessions that we think should be part of the program based on the number of allotted sessions that we have for our category. The ones in green are the ones that we are fine with, that they fit all the criteria that we have previously discussed when we were talking about how we go about assessing the session proposals, including stakeholder diversity, the theme, alignment, regional, etc. Diversity. The ones that we have marked in orange are the sessions that we think require some improvement, particularly on the stakeholder representation. And this is how we mark them accordingly. And then we would like to have one session swap in the shortlist. The session marked as 225. 225 on gender inequality, we would like it to be replaced, moved up to the list, and then move the session marked 229. And the ones that did not make the cut. I will turn to Peace and Octavia later to kind of talk a bit more about this. And as of next steps, what we're thinking is to, in coordination with the Secretariat, start reaching out to the proponents with the specific message, the ones for the sessions marked in orange, with a specific message of what we would like them to encourage them to improve. And also proposing that we are happy to support in including additional speakers or speakers of different stakeholder groups into their sessions so that we can make sure that they do have a reach discussion during the IGF. You will also notice that some sessions have similar topics, like children's rights, language, etc. We think it's important to keep the themes as they do target different kind of perspectives, and that they will bring very good diversity into the discussions during the IGF. What we would like to request, though, is to make sure that those sessions do not really overlap in the program, so that a participant can really make sure that they can join those sessions throughout their experience at the IGF. So yeah, that's some thoughts, and maybe Peace, Octavia, if you would like to come in.
Thank you. This is Peace, MAG member, civil society. Just to give some context to what many just shared with you on the swap, on the two sessions that we would like to swap. The 225 was in our orange basket, while 229 was on the green basket. But 229 does not have it has only speakers from civil society and from one regional group, while 225 has speakers from different regional groups, except that it also has speakers from only civil society. And then the conversation that 225 wants to have, it's on gender equality in meaningful access and meaningful access in the global south. So we think also this is a very good conversation to be brought to the global IGF as compared to the 229. So that's why we would like to have this swap. Otherwise, yeah, the rest are okay. And then yes, and also just to add more voice to what many said, we have about 4 more sessions in our green basket, but we still think that they're so good that we cannot drop them, but they don't have diversity either in speakers or stakeholder groups. So we would like to request the proposers to revise that. If they could, then it would really make these sessions very good. Thank you.
Any questions from the floor on advancing human rights and inclusion and what was presented by the group?
Okay. So just I'm very talking from my MAG capacity as a MAG member. I just noticed that the huge variance in the standard deviations for some of the proposals. And can you shed light on how you deal with that? Did you do a second review of that, or we see that 0.7, 0.8 on the screen? So it means that various opinions about these proposal. Did you take that in consideration, the standard deviation, or are you in agreement this is the best proposals?
Just for those ones you want to swap, those would be conditional acceptance, right? If they fix those areas, then they'll be accepted. Are they still within your numbers, or are they outside your numbers?
Thank you, Chengetai. Yes, they're within the 23. Those 4. So it's conditional acceptance. Thank you.
Davia?
Octavia Jones, for the record. Abdurrahman, did that answer your question?
Not really. I just want to make sure that I mean, because how it's work. Because if you have a various people evaluating, and someone rank high and low, then this come through the standard deviation will be huge. So I always concern if the standard deviation is high. Probably we need to understand why some people are scoring them very low. So this is something that it's my concern. I don't know if this is, it's not a follow the procedure, but I always concern about that.
Go ahead, Octavia.
Thank you. Yes, we did. We did have a meeting, particularly and specifically, where we discussed not just that. And you are right. Of course, there are variations, and we did go in and discuss our different views in terms of why we had given different grades, right, and what lay behind that. And I think we'll also have some good feedback to Lito and the group around how we sort of ask. So yes, there was a consideration, and you are right. There are different considerations in this, of course, and we did come to this final result. Thank you.
So I beg to ask the question. So there are no disagreements with this list. Everybody's concurs in your group. Mm-hmm.
Yes, there is consensus. Thank you, Chengetai.
Okay. Moving on to enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. Go ahead, Brona.
Yes. Can I also share my screen, Luis, please? I'm not sure if I can do it from here. Sorry, everyone. But in any case, we reached our 17 workshops, and we did change 2 that were high graded within the 17 suggested for 2 others, solely for the reasons of the grade in terms of the content was really good, but it lacked on gender and regional diversity, perhaps. It's important to note that this was a batch where I don't know how my other colleagues feel, but I felt that it lacked a little bit on gender and regional diversity. For some cases, we had a couple of sessions that were submitted just like governmental sessions or just like one stakeholder exclusive session. So that was a little bit, I mean, it's not concerning at all, but it's just flagging this for everyone. And I'm just having trouble trying to share my screen, but I don't know if Celine, perhaps you can help me or. I don't want to hold the time too much since I'm having to reset my WebEx. But perhaps we can go to the next group and then I can come back very quickly afterwards. So sorry, Carol. It's a link. I can send it very later. I just saying that the list is already with Secretariat and I just sent it to Luis as well. Our list, so no.
Sorry, I didn't have any sharing rights anymore, but Louis just gave them back to me. I'm going to share my screen right now.
Thank you, Celine.
Here you go.
Thanks. Yeah, so as you guys can see, these are our 17. The 2 that we raised into the approved list were the 2 at the bottom, number 84 and number 64, then intersection of cyber national security and designing digital future for cyber peace and global prosperity. It is a consensus list for the group, I believe, and in terms of deviation, we only have 1 with a little bit of a higher deviation, but that was also an agreement for the group. So these are this is our final list of approved workshops. Not sure if you guys have questions or if anyone from my subgroup would like to add anything on that. How do I hide it?
back to the titles.
Pardon? Yeah, I do. Okay. No questions. We'll move on to the next group, harnessing innovation and balancing risk in the digital space.
Thank you, Chair. Talan Sultanov, MAG member. So in our subgroup, we had 59 proposals. And as a group, we met and looked into average scores, the standard deviations, as well as comments provided by evaluators. And the total we were allotted to select is 26. We had 24 clear kind of front runners and 3 proposals that we thought we discussed in more detail. So we wanted to ask the Secretariat, if possible, to, instead of 26, to have 27 workshops in this subgroup. However, if 26 is the maximum, then workshop proposal 78 is out by looking at the comments, regional diversity, gender diversity, and then we'll have 26 in that case. And perhaps my colleagues, in the room we have Junko, Al-Hagi, and if any additions. Yeah. Thank you.
You can always indicate for the workshop, wait list, because sometimes people can't make it or something happens and then one drops out from any other group and then we just put up the next who is waitlisted. Yeah.
If possible, workshop 78 to be waitlisted, at least. Thank you.
Okay. Don't see any hands up. So the next is, there is? Oh, sorry, Benny.
I was wondering if it's able to, again, kind of share the screen so that we can see the entire list of shortlisted sessions, if possible.
Waitlisted. Number 78. Okay, moving on to. Okay. And last one, improving digital governance for the internet we want.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be speaking for our group, and obviously, if anyone wants to add something, that's obviously possible. My name is Elisa Heaver, for the record. So, can I share my screen? Okay. It's a share. Why can't I share? Just send the list to the secretariat. Sorry for that.
Luis, can you make me host again, please? Thank you, Luis.
Yeah, it's up now. Okay. So we were allowed to select 24 proposals, and we found a lot of consensus on the top ranked proposals. There were two proposals, 214 and 28. As you can see by the title, it says a youth-driven global approach on digital governance and engaged youth perspectives on the GDC. We thought it would be suitable to merge these two, and then we could add in 194 that just fell out of the list. We thought it was an interesting proposal, and especially as this year's IGF will take place in the Arab region, we thought it was well suited for this IGF. Additionally, if there's a spot on the waiting list, we would be very keen to put on 137. For full disclosure, it's also a Dutch proposal, but yeah, me as a Dutch talking, but additionally, if you scroll down a little bit further, yeah, there you see two other yellow mark proposals. Those were two quite interesting proposals, but it was very one country focused. One was from Lebanon and one was from Canada. We'd like to ask these to either join in an NRI meeting, or if there is still room to present or to merge these two together, because it were interesting proposals, but obviously they lacked regional diversity, hence their score was a bit lower. Yeah, I think that would be it from our side. Questions?
Yes, so I was wondering about the proposal for Arab internet governance that you put in place. If we can Lebanon and even Canada and make it a regional experience, something like merging these things on one regional workshop. Is this something?
An interesting thought. I definitely say that could be done with Lebanon, but I'm not sure if if Canada would be. Yeah, yeah. Your mic is off.
Because it is one country. If we talk about different regions,
Yeah.
maybe we move the Arab as having to talk the word region or regional. So that's individual experience for countries within the region that we are in.
I'd say it's something that can be looked upon, but yeah, as I said, for Canada, I'm not sure if that would make sense. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I'm saying that just for Lebanon, for Canada is okay, but for Lebanon, if that can be integrated, it will be great.
Chris?
Thanks, Chair. Chris Buckridge, Technical Community MAG member for the record. No, I think just to sort of, in the thinking there, I think we saw with the Canadian and the Lebanese proposal that they were both sort of coming from the perspective of their national IGF. So in that sense, it seemed to make sense that, you know, it would either fit into a larger NRI session, which is looking at sort of different NRI experiences, or even, a merged one, which could compare and contrast. But I think, your point that it would also be good to link the people organizing the Lebanese proposal with the session on the experience in the Arab world would make sense as well.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions. So moving on to discussion on the process, sharing experience, and making suggestions for 2025. I know we took a different approach to selecting the sub-themes. I think Marcus had said that we kind of gone back to the beginning of IGF, where we had broader theme, sub-theme that covered different technical areas. So I'd be interested to hear if you think this looks like it can work, or any issues that we had with regard, possible issues proposal writers may have had. So the floor is open.
I'm sorry.
Long discussion?
Yes, Celine.
I think there were still two questions regarding the possibility of including an additional workshop on the list, right? Into groups. For both of them? And whether there's a possibility to merge. Microphone.
It's blinking. Okay, yes. If the MAG feels that we should ask them to merge, we will ask them to merge. My experience is that it really doesn't work, but it's up to you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Peace, and then Jordan.
Yes, please. Peace, MAG member civil society. I have a question in regards to the numbers of sessions that each group had to select. I think Talent presented 26 and was wondering if they could do 26. And for us, we did 23. I'm wondering what was the number that each group was supposed to come up with? Thank you.
I posted in the chat, in case you're logged in, let me send it again for each sub-theme. So for harnessing innovation and balancing risk, the target number was 26. For subtheme number 2, improving digital governance, it was 24. Advancing human rights and inclusion, 23. And enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, 17. And let me share also with you the documents that we shared via email with you, but now have it on our website under the agenda. Thank you.
So, as Talent says, they want one more. So if you waitlist it, and then when we do the program and there is space for one more, we'll put it in. If there's no space, of course we won't. And if there's 3 and there's 1 space, we'll put the one that's got the highest score. Because it really changes. Sometimes the workshop times are different, etc. So this, we only really know when we do the exact schedule if there's actual space for more. What did I say? Chris, Jordan? No, Jordan, then Chris. Yeah.
Thanks, Chengetai. Jordan Carter, MAG member, technical community, first year. The MAG is in charge of the program. The workshop proposers are not in charge of the program. So I think that if we have an assessment group that thinks that 2 workshop proposals should be merged, then the organizers should face a quite simple choice. Either they merge or both of them miss out. And it falls down the list to the next proposals, because otherwise we're making a mockery of our role in terms of determining what is on the program. So I think a nice, gentle incentive like that is probably the right posture for the MAG to take. It doesn't, if they decide to run it as 2 half-time sessions because they can't collaborate, well, that's a little bit up to them. But where there have been suggestions to merge, I think we should be quite solid about making that option available, but not an option that encourages them to dig their heels in and say, no, we're super special, we want our proposal just as we made it.
Yes, as I said, that's fine. It's really up to the MAG. If you want to put that stipulation, we will. Yeah. Chris, Elisa.
Thanks, Chengetai. Chris Buckridge, technical community. +1 to what Jordan was saying. I think that that's certainly the right approach, and I think it's good and suitable that the MAG should be, try to give some additional opportunities. But if people don't want to take those opportunities, that's fine too. My question, just in terms of, we were discussing merging, and I take your point that merging is not necessarily ideal or easy or advisable. The 2 that we were talking about, though, in our section, which were about national NRI experiences, I just wanted to ask: is there an NRI session plan, or is there a plan for an NRI session in the program, and is there a way that those organisers and their proposals can be directed to talk to whoever is organising that NRI session as maybe fodder for going into that and populating that session?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris. This is Anya speaking as the NRI's focal point. So I confirm that there are 3 collaborative sessions proposed by the NRIs for this year's program. They focus on governance of new and emerging technologies, disinformation, and inclusion and universal acceptance for all communities. So this is in addition to the proposed main session that we will, I understand, discuss probably tomorrow. So I can take a look at the nature of that proposal you're suggesting. We can bring it to the attention of the NRIs and see if there can be collaboration. Thank you.
So, sorry, and so thank you, Anya, for that. That's useful to know. But so that's confirming there are 4 sessions from that the NRI collectively have proposed for the program that don't fall into any of those categories that we had on screen earlier with DCs, Day Zero events, workshops, launches and awards, open forums, networking sessions, and lightning talks. This is a separate category now as well. Is that, am I understanding correctly?
I will check with Celine, but there is a link on the website for these sessions, and we can maybe display, I can display on the screen shortly so you can all see. But yes, it's correct. It's 4 sessions, 3 collaborative sessions. There is 1 proposed main session, which there is understanding it will be discussed with the MAG tomorrow. And then there is a day 0 event, but that's a separate from the regular program.
Yes. This is Elisa Hever for the record. Looking back at the way we received so when you fill in the form and then we receive the proposal, there are a few data points on the proposal that we don't evaluate or score anything about. For example, local community involved, yes or no. So I'm wondering, what is the use of asking this data if it's not being used? Is it being used by US Secretariat? Also, the relationship with the SDGs, we don't do anything with it, with this data to evaluate the proposal. I have a few questions. So if breakdown is better, then we can do it one by one, or
question to the pieces group, the workshop process group, because they're the ones who made the form. I can only comment that as far as we're concerned, yes, the SDG one is rather important for us so that we can list them and we know which one. And it also, we find it's informative. So it's not to be used as a grading criteria, but more of an information if people are interested in that SDG. And also, DESA is the organization tasked with overseeing the SDGs in any case. So that's one of the important. But I don't know if Peace is looking at me. I hope that's they can that group can explain better. Yeah. Very important now that we discuss. Yes, I also think it's very important now, after it's still fresh in our minds, that we discuss, what's right, what's wrong, what can be improved with the form, instead of even 2 weeks from now, things will just disappear from our heads. Yeah.
Okay, Lito Ibarra, MAG member and also co-chair of the working group on process. Yes, some of these questions that Alisa was referring to are, in our mind, supposed to be used later on for statistical purposes or analyzing, and not necessarily as part of the evaluation that we all do. Having said that, I think, as you said, Chengetai, it's a good moment to establish who is the main user of each one of these questions and the data we are going to get from that. As we heard yesterday, Marcus and his team regarding the intersectional relationship between the workshops and the relationship between the intersectional work and the workshops. I think there's a lot that can be obtained from that. Once we improve that question, for instance, asking what specific NRI or what specific dynamic coalition they are linked to. So in that sense, we can establish more proactive joint work with the workshop or the people that are proposing the workshop and the respective intersectional work. But we need, I assume I can think that the relationship with the development goals could also follow a similar path regarding United Nations different offices. So what I think we need to work on is who will be the main user of each one of these questions we are asking in the proposal form. If we don't find anyone championing the use of this data, I think we can remove them from the workshop proposal because, as has been stated, maybe it's just loss of time, or I don't know, something else that we don't need. But the main thing we need to discuss for the next term is, do we really need this question? Who is going to be using the data? Because as we heard yesterday, I'm taking the example of the intersectional work. 41% of the proposals are related to some intersectional work, but we need to find a useful objective for this data. That's what I would have to say.
No, thank you very much. Elisa, we can go through them now, or we could also ask the working group on evaluation to set up a virtual call where you can actually go through every single question and see whether you should be modified now. But later on, I mean, the call will be later, not now. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Well, I think it's a good proposal of Lito to clarify who is the beneficial owner, so to say, of the data. And in some cases, it's you as Secretariat, and in some cases, it's us as MAG, that because we need this information to actually be able to grade the proposal. But I'd like to invite you as Secretariat to state which of these points in the form are necessary for you. Then after that, we can, as a MAG, we can determine, okay, which points are left blank for you and which ones don't we need either.
A list and submit it to the group, and then you can start from there. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Also on the form, it says speakers and comments on speakers. It's sometimes confusing what the difference actually is. And in some cases there's like only 2 speakers, and then there is a whole list of comments on speakers, and that does kind of give regional diversity if you look up each speaker individually, because at the moment, the way it's stated on the form, you do get the breakdown of technical community and WEOG, or and the stakeholder community and the regional affiliation of the speakers, but not of the comments on speakers. So I think that should be included, or it should be more clarified that if you're a comment on speaker, you're not part of the diversity criteria, or you can be part of that should be clarified at least. Maybe in hindsight, I wonder if we should keep on allocating 15% of the score on hybrid engagement, because I think basically it's all hybrid, and there's not a lot of diversity in the type of proposals on what they actually want on hybrid strategy. So I sometimes felt like basically everyone gets an average grade on this, and you have to do something really odd to be outstanding on that. I'm almost there. Which percentage of MAG members fully completed their evaluations? Which percentage which percentage of MAG members partially finalized their evaluations and which percentage of MAG members did not evaluate at all. I think this is also very important data for us and for the community to know on how well or unwell the MAG has done their job. I haven't seen this information online anywhere, so would be very keen to receive this information and to present this to the MAG and the community. That's it from my side.
Thanks, Elisa. I will just quickly give it to Peace and Lito if they want to respond now. And we will give you the stats. We have Lewis is going to give me the stats on the completion stats and semi-complete and those who didn't do anything at all. But Lito first, then we'll go to Lewis while he compiles those.
Hello, Lito Ibarra. I will start and then ask Peace if she wants to add anything. I think those comments are very, very valid, and we need to take them on board when we do the next review of the workshop proposal form and the evaluation criteria. As I said, those are very valid comments, and we need to take them on board. In the next round of reviewing this, we have some starting points, like who is going to use each one of the questions that we have in the form, and also we need to update our evaluation criteria, taking into account these comments. So, what I think we can do is to now that the evaluation is recent, maybe anyone who has a comment or suggestion on the form or on the evaluation criteria may send us an email to Peace, me, and the Secretariat in order to have them as a list of things that need to be reviewed in the next round. That's what I would suggest. Peace.
Okay, thank you. Peace, MAG member Civil Society. Thank you, Elisa, for your comments. And I wanted to get back on the point on hybrid and engagement. It's important to have that. Maybe, yes, we can revise if we don't want to have it at 15 or have it lower. Because, yes, it does not only look at, are they aware that it's going to be hybrid? Some participants will be online and off and on-site, but also it looks at how are they planning to engage. Okay, they have online and on-site moderators. Are they using other platforms to ensure that they further engage people who are not on site, for instance? And some people go further to really break down very nicely that, okay, they will use these minutes for this. They will be aware of the people who join online, the difficulties that they might have, and the different platforms that they will use to ensure that this conversation is going and everybody is participating. So I think it's still a very good element as we push further to ensure that we have a good hybrid conversation. But yes, we can talk about having it at 15 or reducing it or taking it further. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Peace and Lito. Thank you. Oh, for those figures, we have 73% of MAG members completed the evaluations at the moment, which is 3% better than last year, which was 70%. As for those, sorry.
Partial.
Yeah. I have 9 out of 40 did not answer with my high school mathematics That's not quite 70%.
So we have 22% that did not. As a few of the MAG members did not evaluate all the proposals, we have 73% of evaluations. This is a bit higher than in previous years, which is consistently around 70% what we receive. This is like votations on countries or something. Yeah.
Jordan, Bruna, then Octavia.
Thank you, Jordan Carter. I'll put some comments to Lito and the group in writing, but just briefly on the overall picture of the sub-themes, I think it worked out, evidenced by the fact that we got a fairly good distribution of proposals across the 4 sub-themes, and we had enough selectable proposals within each sub-theme to mean that we didn't have a sort of an empty sub-theme. So I think we can take that as some evidence that it did spark some interest in the community, and hopefully will make for an interesting discussion in Riyadh in December and online. With the using of the form, one thing that maybe could be looked at by Luis and the working group, it would have been helpful if the output that you get in the printed thing matched the order of the inputs you had to give in the online form. So if they were just done in the same order. And if the different components that you needed to look at as you were doing the assessment were together on the printout that you got. So where you're looking at policy questions and expected outcomes, if those were right beside each other, it would be easier. You wouldn't be flicking between pages and stuff. I think I remembered that they were in a slightly strange order. And then like the diversity assessment on the form, the assessment form that we use was at the end, but at the printout it was on the top. So it's just like lining it up. It's a kind of clerical thing. To help us as MAG members understand the context of all of the proposals, even where there's information collected that doesn't form a formal part of the assessment, it might be quite nice to share that in aggregate. So it would be interesting to sort of see the distribution of SDG coverage and other sort of components that aren't collected. So it might be possible, if there's time, of course, as we go through this process, to share that information with each thematic group as well. And I just want to say this publicly because I heard many complaints about the form and its loading and stuff. I had no problems with that at all. The form worked perfectly for me every time. I don't know why that happened. I was using Chrome on a PC in case anyone was wondering. But there were no technology hitches for me as a first timer, so thank you for that.
We normally just hear the complaints for obvious reasons, so it's very good to hear somebody saying everything worked well. Thank you. Bruna?
Thank you. I mean, unfortunately, I'm part of the statistics of the form not really working, so I'm very sad about that. But in terms of the evaluation part, my only 2 comments were about connection with intersessional work. On some of the sessions that I've evaluated, I felt that people just kind of like made it as part of an empty argument that they were connected with a certain intersessional work, and the funny part is that they claim to be connected or part of one that I'm co-leading at the moment, and I was like, well, I'm not too sure, but well, let's try, come join us, and so on. So I'm just wondering if we can perhaps tweak a little bit the question on the intersessional work connection, because instead of like which ones are you connected with, could be which ones should you contribute to, or which ones does your panel can contribute to, and would you like to be connected with the co-leads of that one initiative, because it opens it in a more kind of like open way, and just so folks, I mean, they have the possibility of just like saying, I don't know what they are, and it's so on. Or maybe we can change the way we look at that question, because if that's mainly a question for people that are submitting panels to show us that they know the ecosystem, then it's just a question, right? And it's not too relevant for the evaluation process. The point about speakers as well, just to second one of the comments, I think it was Elisa, because a lot of them, they end up doing the proper list of speakers on the comments bit and not on the listing part. And that's highly problematic, because it made me go to the submissions twice, 3, 4 times just to say, hey, here they listed 4 women, but in the end it's an all-male panel. I'm not going to approve that. So what's the objective kind of part that we need to assess? And if we have an additional comment part to assess, then that's just kind of like doubled work and so on. And again, I've been saying that the last 2 years, but I do think we need to be even more we need to pay even more attention to the gender bit, right? We still go through the panels in a rather binary way, and we still let go. We still allow a lot of all-male panels to come to our agenda. Some part of it we can control. The other part is the last-minute kind of changes to the panels that happen every year because of the prices, because of the travel, some things that were not foreseen. But we really should be doing an even better work in highlighting more the gender parity aspect of the sessions and pushing even further for that. But that's my last year, so good luck to the ones on the next IGF.
Activerend, MAG member, I just wanted to tag on to some of the comments from Peace and from Elisa. In terms of the hybrid sessions and the way that that's formed, I do think we need to revise it. But I think for me at least, and for many others, and I agree with Peace, that hybrid is about more than what the word contains. It's also about the accessibility of it. It's about how we utilize it. It's about the way that it contributes to access of a panel or an event. Or so that was the way that I viewed it. Whether it's 15%, 5%, or 25%, I think that is a discussion that's always, this is what we should be doing, revising and inputting. I also wanted to share just one of my experiences, because I'm a first-time MAG member, long-time IGFer, and I just thought it was quite interesting the way in which the contributors are utilizing the form, the way that they're inputting, and I think that we could do a much better job at providing clarity to allow people to actually share the information that they need to be able to be valued from their point of view of what they want with their session. I don't think we're necessarily making it easy for our constituencies or stakeholders to make that accessible. I am very aware of my privilege and my blind spots, right? So when I look through a proposal, I don't want to just check boxes. I want to be able to understand, why are these choices being made? And so I mean, assuming is never a good thing. I think many people have mentioned that. The way in which we can perhaps tease out better from the people that are submitting these proposals why they're making the choices that they are, and in what capacity they're bringing people or folks on board, and why it is that important to us that they make that information. I think that is something I look forward to contributing to and being a part of the working group for. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Octavia. Flags down, please. Thank you. Any more comments, interventions, suggestions? Yes, Martina.
It's okay? Yeah. Thank you very much, Martina. My suggestion was, when I evaluated the proposals, it was several proposals was really very interesting as a topic or as the subject, or the workshop, but what I didn't see that really they make this regional balance or the gender balance, and I think it is now really very important how the word is today, and maybe to really to explain them or to underline next year to the people who want to make the proposal that it is really important to see it and to take attention on it. So, for example, in our group, I really like one topic, and it is my topic that I am expert on it, and we couldn't push this workshop because we choose this workshop because really on the rules what we agreed, we will not be democratic and we will not be aligned these rules. So this is really something that to explain for the next year, that take care about it, because it could be really very important topic, but it will not be evaluated positively because you don't have enough discussion with your maybe opposite partners or gender balance or regional balance and everything as this. Thank you.
Yes, Josephine.
Every year, that's a problem.
Josephine Miliza, MAG member, and I just wanted to echo Martina's point, because even in our group, one of the feedback has been that some of the conversations, or sorry, some of the proposals are really having topics that are more should be discussed at the national level or at the regional level and not necessarily at the global level. But I don't think the proposals know that when we talk about diversity, what really it entails, especially at, is it geographical, at gender, and that sort of like the platform the global gives is so that we're able to harmonize conversations that were happening at the national level, regional level, and then bringing them all during the global IGF. So just to echo Martina's point that especially on the point on diversity, there needs to be more clarity around why is this important and what are some of the criteria that we use in terms of evaluating the proposals.
Okay, the mic comes in really slow. Maybe it's telling us to slow down. Peace, civil society, MAG member. I wanted to just respond to the issue on diversity or just give some more content. I think, Bruna, you mentioned it about the sessions not being diverse in terms of gender. We've really worked hard to try to see that we have some changes. And for my group, we don't have, at the moment, we don't have any session that does not have diversity in terms of gender. They didn't make it, they didn't come through to the green basket. But we have some because of civil stakeholder groups and regional groups, and that's why we still have those 4 sessions that we would like the organizers to revise. And I think if all groups could do that, it would be very, very helpful. And also, I think what we also had in the previous year was sessions, speakers, having so many speakers, and they speak till the end, and there's no time left for participants to speak. And that's why we also brought in the cap on the number of speakers. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that we have better conversations. I know that we always have that last minute change of speakers, maybe dropping or something like that. So I hope we will not have that, so that at least we have sessions that are really diverse. And then also listening to most of you, it's quite clear that you don't follow very much the work of the working group. All the time when we have meetings, we have very few people joining. So I would like to encourage all of you to really join the working group meetings, because we discuss these things, and it gives us more time to discuss it further and ask questions. We also have the manual when we put out the call for proposals. The manual is there for people to look at it, but still it's very important for us to join these meetings when they're taking place, so that we can review and make a revision to some of the things that don't make sense. They could make sense to us because we're MAG members, we understand the questions, but how about the people that we are speaking out to? So this is just a call to encourage you to join the working group. Please join the working group mailing list so that you're aware of when the meetings are happening. Yeah, I thought I should just ask you to do that, and we will be happy to still receive these comments and make it better. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, comments? No? Wow, I'm in shock. Okay, so we're gonna have an extra hour for lunch. Yeah, yeah, I'm in shock. We're well behaved. I don't even have to slam the gavel.
Yeah, one of the reasons is that we are going to have some lunchtime. Okay. Yeah, so one of the reasons is that we are having some lunchtime sessions like the UNESCO session, etc. So we can't really move those, and that will be unfair. So if we break now, Celine can consolidate the list of workshops to one major list and then send that out, and you can also look at it during lunch. But if you have any other suggestions, yes, we are here. So
Olga.
I'll give it to Olga first, since that's the first time I've heard from her.
So I just wanted to use the opportunity since we have time. So the question is not related to the agenda, but still related to the logistical process, and it's more, I think, to the host country. And the question is related to whether there will be any travel support to participants who will be coming from the global south, because usually this is support that the host country is providing. So whether there are any plans for this year, whether there will be the call announced, if yes, when, if yes, then what would be the target groups, and also how many people do you think you would be able to support? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
We will take some lunch. Yeah, I mean, from host country perspective, we will follow the same procedures that happened for the previous IGFs. But again, this is in discussion on the agreement, and on the cost side is still ongoing at the moment. So I hope the secretary will give update on that.
Thanks, Olga, for that question. Yes, we usually do give funding for people from transitional and developing and the global south. This is, of course, dependent on the host country on how much money they will like to set aside for this. And once we know, we will publish a call for those people who are interested in receiving some form of assistance travel. That's either the full package, which is the airfare, DSA, or partial support. And we do give preference for a number of factors put into consideration. That is their involvement in the IGF, if it's their first time in the IGF, marginalized groups as well, people we haven't seen at the IGF, which we want to encourage to come to the IGF. And then after that, we'll contact them. So hopefully we will know sooner rather than later how much funds are set aside for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Bruna, Chris.
Thank you. It's just a point, a request for clarification for this afternoon. We have a moment where we're going to discuss main sessions, right? So maybe if we just can have some guidance on what's the number of main sessions we're planning, whether it's one per each of the sub-themes. Do we have space for 6? Do we have space for 5? Just in terms of space allocation and so on, because what we can do is use the break, the lunch break, to kind of brainstorm some of those suggestions and see how do we organize ourselves from the subgroups to the stakeholder groups and use the space that we have. So just a request for clarification on that sense.
Thank you, Bruna. So just regarding the number, it really depends also on how long you would like to have a main session. Last year, for example, we had main sessions that last for 1.5 hours. Perhaps you can think of having a session this year that lasts 2 hours, but in that case, less sessions. So this is really something that you can discuss. Of course, main sessions start only after the opening ceremony. And perhaps it can be one per day, in that case a longer one, perhaps it can be shorter ones, but in that case more. So this is something that we can be flexible on in the schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, we should actually try and recall what last year. I think last year, I think one of the issues was that there was little discussion because of the, I mean, it's one of the two, the time or the number of people on the panel. And if we want to have high-level participants, we need to give them some time on panels. So I mean, this is my personal, I would rather have a longer session where you can have more in-depth discussion instead of people just doing 3-minute, and then a final statement. That, to me, doesn't add that much value. Yeah.
Chris, Martina, Tatavek.
Hey. Yeah, thanks, Carol. It's Chris Buckridge, Technical Community for the record. I just wanted to raise a question about the process here, and particularly in relation to the lightning talks. Is there a role for MAG in going through those and doing some selection? Is there do we have any time allotted on the schedule for the next day and a half to discuss that?
I mean, we could discuss it. It just depends how ready we are with the list of the lightning talks. But then we've had another suggestion of discussing the main sessions, which I think is also a good idea, to have an in-depth discussion on the main, maybe amongst yourself, recalling what happened last year and also what we're trying to do this year. But Celine, are we ready with the list?
Yes, thank you. So just for you to know, all lightning talks will take place in a completely separate room, in a lightning talk room. And we could allocate up to 80 plus lightning sessions, and we received, I think, 70, if I remember well from the presentation this morning. So theoretically, we can allocate all of them. It does mean that we will, and then we can go over those, for example, that are duplicates or, you know, very similar themes. If, for example, session organizers submitted several, normally we only accept one per organizer, right? So this is something, of course, in case we have time, can be discussed, but just for you to know, we can allocate in the program all of the sessions. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but lightning talks are not transmitted. They're only in the room. So they have less facilities or resources to them than others. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Can I answer just comment quickly on that? I mean, partly to say, I think we had a bit of a discussion last time about lightning talks, and if there was the possibility to have them also webcast like the other sessions, I think that would be really useful, because I think there's a lot of really good content that comes through in those lightning talk slots. Often the sort of, you know, SMEs doing innovative stuff that just, you know, don't have a whole workshop but just want to showcase what they're doing. And I think that can be really useful. So if there is an opportunity to have those webcast, I would be very supportive of that. My question about sort of discussing them, yeah, certainly it's great to hear that we probably have more slots than we have proposals and that we can bring them all in. But I think it's important, like for the MAG, we're looking at the program as holistically as possible, and, you know, trying to get a sense of where the weighting is on different issues. Like, you know, we're going to have huge amount of AI content, or is there going to be more AI content in the lightning talks that might relate to some of the other workshops or even main sessions or other? And sorry, AI is just purely as an example there. Yeah.
After the list, we go through the flags. We can then, the chair can take the temperature of the room to see whether or not we should go through them. And while we're doing this, Celine will just be queuing the list of lightning talks up. Because yes, it all, again, as I said, we've had other suggestions, so we'll just see which one is best. Yeah.
Martina. Yes, on one question, lightning talks, it is my sessions. Yes, I understand it well. Lightning talks, it is my sessions. What do you...
So lightning talks is a special category of session types, and these are 20 to 30 minutes interventions, normally organized by one person just because of the amount of time allocated. And these are organized in a separate room because initially it was something that is only an intervention on site with on-site participants, but not streamlined.
Okay, thank you for the...
Yeah, I was just going to explain a little bit more. We used to call them like, you know, the Hague Park speaker's corner, where somebody's on a cardboard box and speaking, so people can just come and listen to something that's, you know.
You. And my suggestion for my session, I wanted to suggest something. When we have a my session at a lot of conferences, international conferences, it is really important which moderator will be chosen. And I really recommend, for example, when we have a high level of people, for example, from governments or something, they are quite well, they speak quite well, okay? Speak quite well, that underline. But when the moderator is not, for example, expert in this session, he couldn't ask really a good questions. And what we do, or what I see on international level, when it is really good and focused, and we want to have a very good discussion and output, it could be interesting to have two moderators, for example. So one expert and one as a moderator or something as this. This is my suggestion. And after I have a little suggestion for IT. for the evaluation, for example, it was quite difficult to see. Now, for example, in the table, the number of the workshop is inside of the name, so I couldn't make the filter. So yeah, so it is a little. Thank you.
No, thank you. For the at least for the high-level sessions in the past, and we are going to try and do so this year as well. We've cooperated with the World Broadcasting Union to get some journalists, like I think the one was Nick Gowing, and those BBC journalists. One was a Click host, I think, and also not just that media, but also from across the world. Have these people. I think we had one from Morocco, a journalist from Morocco, etc. But I do take your point, which is also a very important one, that thorough knowledge of the topic is an asset. So, and they may be good at hosting, but they may not have that in depth. So we have to see what we're going to do, either, as you've said, having a moderator or having maybe a sub-moderator who would actually go through the scenario and the questions and can also talk with the moderator. Yes, thank you.
I could go last if I may. I just wanted to remind about the session. I have no comment on the discussion, if I may. Thank you.
Lito, then Peace, Roz, Many.
Thank you, Lito Ibarra, my member. From our previous discussion on the workshop proposal form, evaluation criteria, and our own evaluation done by the groups here, I was thinking that we all base our opinions and grades on what we read. So it's black on white, with, I don't know, anyone can write anything. But there is no way, at least as far as I know, to check if our intuitions or speculations about a workshop came through or not, or was correct or not. What I'm trying to say is, although it means more resources, have we ever tried to run a quick 5-question yes, no, or whatever grades evaluation on the workshops once they occur? I know there are 90, I'm not talking about the lightning talks or the open sessions, just the workshops, the things we grade in the MAG. Is there any way, accessible way, feasible way to evaluate each workshop by the attendance once they have occurred? So maybe the MAG can look at them afterwards and say, okay, we were right about evaluating this. We were not right about giving this grade to this workshop because, and maybe we can learn more things for a better workshop proposal form or an evaluation criteria. Maybe just a thought. I know it's resources and we don't have lots of them, but I don't know if we have tried that in the past. Thank you.
Yes, it's the counting resources, right? You need somebody in the room to count and also to tabulate the online participants as well, right, to find out. So that's a little bit difficult resource-wise. One good way is if people would have accepted RFID badges, and then you can count when people come in and go out the room. But we did try that some time back, and they said, nope. they don't want to be tracked that way. But we can always bring it up again. And if the MAG feels that that's a good way of doing it, that's one way. I don't know. I don't think we can do it for this year now, but like for next year, that's something that we could try.
I think we kind of should spoke on this in one of the meetings. If we could come up with a simple feedback, online feedback form that people can answer, then it's all collected for you statistically on the back end. So that would reduce some time. But you know, for feedbacks, you really have to design them in such a way to find out so people would answer, so it's not going to be too long. Also, what questions or what you really want to get from it. Because sometimes people create these feedback forms and then they say, oh, well, this is useless because I can't get what I need. So if that's something that the process group wants to take on to see what is it the MAG really wants to find out or IGF needs to find out. And I think this will be something useful going forward in terms of saying what people think about the sessions. So I don't know if it's too late to do that. I don't know. Maybe you could get some resources from the host. Yeah.
I mean, we've done it before as well. I mean, we've done this feedback form. As a putting on my technical hat, it's possible to have a standardized form that we can attach to the schedule and people can grade it. Problem is, will they? And but yes, I mean, it's possible. Yeah. And if the workshop evaluation can come up with a good form, I think that's Lewis.
Actually, we did it like in this format, and basically to select initially the proposal, and then you have a table in which you can access and modify the different proposals there. But first you have to initially select one because it's a general one that has to be initially attached to one proposal. Then after that you can modify directly.
We've got 6 months, so still possible. Yeah.
Who spoke just now?
Peace.
Peace.
Okay, it's on now. So my question was in regards to what Olga asked about the host country having supporting travel for some participants. And Chengetai, when you were speaking, I thought, okay, maybe it's important to have some of these statistics published. I'm always asked by people that, oh, I applied for travel support, but I didn't get it. Who are the people who get it? So maybe it's nice to also know that, okay, this year we supported people from this country or region in this person, not their names necessarily, but the kind of statistics that we always have for the workshop that we've received or selected, this kind of thing. Maybe it would be a good way for them to know. Thank you.
Yes or no?
Oh, I nodded my head, but the chair says I should answer you verbally. Yes, that's a very good idea. Thank you. Anya from our office is the one that runs the travel support, and she has taken good note of that, and we'll publish this. And yes, I think we can have some anonymized statistics. Yeah.
Ross?
Thank you, Chair. Roz Kenny Birch, observer participant from the UK government, just taking the opportunity to intervene as we're well ahead of schedule. So thank you for accommodating my comments as an observer. I just really wanted to thank the MAG for the real focus on creating a more focused agenda this year. consolidating session formats, but also the great suggestions on session mergers earlier. There have been some real welcome steps towards creating a more focused agenda for the IGF this year. So really to congratulate MAG members on that. A second point I had was noting that, of course, there are always sessions that aren't able to get through or are on the edge but don't quite make the cut. It may be worthy of the MAG's consideration if those organizers that were not successful are put onto a speaker list pool. Each year, there are dropouts of panelist speakers at IGF sessions, and it may be a useful list for those that were successful to consult such a list of people they know are interested in engaging with the IGF that they could readily contact if a space becomes available on a panel. Just a suggestion for consideration. And a final point, as I know the MAG will be deliberating on main sessions this afternoon, really to reiterate comments I made yesterday on that WSIS plus 20 should be a real priority for the MAG, and it would be great to see a really interactive, creative session on WSIS plus 20 as a main session this year. So thank you so much, and thanks for the opportunity to contribute today.
Thank you. I just had a short question, actually. Just looking into the agenda, I was wondering if we will be going into the selection of the day 0 sessions today, or if this is something that we will do another day just for the sake of having information on where we stand there. Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll share the day 0 selections later, not this week. We are still waiting for some additional. We will share the day 0 selection later, not this week. We're still waiting for some additional information, and also we have to coordinate between the Secretariat, the host country, to see. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jordan, Bruna, is that an old hand, new hand? New? Okay. Jordan, then Bruna.
Thank you. It was just a follow-up to the discussion around funded participants. Thank you for explaining the ongoing discussion between the Secretariat and the host country. Do you have an estimated or expected time when that will be resolved? Is it something that will happen, say, in July, or is it something that will be in August or September? Is there clarity around the timetable? And if there is clarity, could you share what that clarity is? Thank you.
End of July? End of July. I'm here. I'm hearing end of July. Yeah. And I would like to urge all member states to please pay their dues. Yeah. Thank you.
Just about, sorry, I'm a little bit hyperfixated on the main sessions today. Can we, as soon as we start the session on the main session, can we perhaps have an overview on what are the topics for each of our tracks? Youth track, high level track, the business conversation, not track, but whatever tracks we have, can we just have an overview of that? Because my concern here is that we have another AI IGF once more, if we welcome another main session on AI. And if we do welcome another main session on AI, it would be interesting for us to do an evolution of the conversation. Because I have the feeling that we're just making the same interaction kind of every year with different iterations. But just a request, really, that we have an overview at least on what's the topic or the subject of each of our tracks, just so we can analyze the main session selection properly. Thanks.
I think tomorrow at 11:30, that's when we're going to be discussing the tracks. at the other tracks. And please don't put your expectations too high because they are nowhere near being finalized. So, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so all of a sudden you became the mag that I knew. So, okay, Saba.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone. This is Saba, MAG member from the technical community. Apologies if we have already addressed this, but regarding the feedback that's going to be given to the session organizers, I know that some comments are different from one another, which is according to our evaluation. So if the Secretariat is sending our feedback or comments to session organizers, how is that going to be included? Because some comments are constructive and some are not for some of the session we evaluated, as I can see from the Excel sheet. And another one is that I also would like to reiterate the importance of having the travel support for this year. And I think this is very important for the youth track and youth group to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the comments, I'll just give it over to Lewis to answer in more detail, but I think it is possible for us to send all the comments, attach them to an email and send all the comments. So I would also caution, that's why I would caution, because sometimes MAG members may be late at night and they're tired and diplomacy goes out the window, and people will read that. Yeah. So, but Lewis?
You have seen in our report, we put together all the comments of all the evaluators. And there is one part for the comments for the MAC, another for the feedback. And I don't know how this is going to be done, but in previous years, as far as I know, the proposals, all of them have received feedback and they have been sent with a merged email, all the list of comments. So they do receive this feedback. Celine, maybe you can complete. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was waiting for the microphone. Yes, indeed. So the comments are actually also sent as attachment to the email to all organizers. But indeed, what sometimes may lead to confusion is when, for example, a workshop proposal has not been taken while having actually a very good feedback. But in that case, the organizers came back to us and we explained to them a little bit the process. So that is something that can eventually lead to confusion, but the IGF Secretariat is there to, reply to these organizers and explain a little bit more in detail how the process was. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
There's one specific.
Okay.
Sorry, just to remind everybody that UNESCO will be holding the session at 2:00 for the participants online. And here we very much value your input on this consultation process for our second generation framework. So we look forward to seeing you at 2:00. Thank you.
We have the break now.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Hi again, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch break, and thank you so much for devoting your time from your lunch break to attend this session and share with us your valuable feedback on the revision of UNESCO's Internet Universality Indicators. So what we will do, some of you already know the indicators, and we're really grateful to many of you who have cooperated with us throughout since the creation of IUI or before in the creation and consultation phase. And of course, special thanks to the IGF Secretariat, who we've had excellent cooperation with throughout these years, and also thank you for your support to have this session today and have this discussion today. So although some of you already know the indicators, but what I'll do is just give a some quick update on the IUIs and where we stand. And I have Aliette with me here today, who serves in the steering committee for the revision of IUIs. And she will then take you through the new topics and themes that and the new structure of the IUIs. So we don't have a lot of time. So IUI, Internet Universality Indicators, are a tool, framework that were created through a long 3-year actually consultation process, and Aliette has been involved in leading this process, which encompasses actually UNESCO's position on Internet, which stands for rights, human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder participation in Internet governance. So this is the position of UNESCO when it comes to Internet governance. And it is the also idea of Internet universality that we have. So following the endorsement of UNESCO's governing body in 2018, we then created this Internet universality indicators, adding to rights, open, accessible, multi-stakeholder participation categories, also the cross-cutting issues, considering the important issues concerned such as gender equality, environment, safety and security online, and others. So what is this tool? It's basically a tool, a set of 303 indicators, and over 100 of which are core indicators that helps stakeholders to voluntarily assess the development of their Internet at the national level against these indicators based on these categories, and to see where they stand with their national Internet development, to assess their legal ethical frameworks and other components, to see where their strengths are, where the gaps are. And based on this evidence-based approach, then the team of the researchers steered by multi-stakeholder advisory board, which is pretty much the similar or the same concept as the MAG here, but at the national level, they propose policy recommendations to improve the state of the Internet at the national level. So I must stress that this is a voluntary assessment, and it is initiated by national stakeholders or member states, and it is not meant for ranking or comparison. So it is merely aimed at helping the member states or the stakeholders at the national level to improve their digital Internet environment. So no ranking, no comparison. And UNESCO, the reason why I'm stressing that it's voluntary, it's initiated and it comes from the national stakeholders, and it's not imposed by UNESCO or any other organizations. And UNESCO's role is to support. Am I? Sorry.
Mute your mic.
I thought I was. Sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. No, I'm mute. I was mute.
Your speaker.
I'm
That's
mute.
fine.
I'm on mute.
You're good.
Yes,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
So She did. I'm all muted.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Excuse me. So here, I'm sorry, it went back. So here, for example, you can see how comprehensive it is under each theme and principle. And under each category and principle, we have, depending on the category, 5 to 7 themes. As I said, tackling policy, legal, and regulatory framework, freedom of expression, open markets, open content, open standards, affordability, for example, equitable access, and trust and security online, for example, among others. In addition to the importance of the final report, which is based on evidence, and the recommendations are formulated through really a cooperative approach by all concerned stakeholders. We value very much the process as well. Here you can see the steps of the process, which is a lengthy process, which starts with exactly establishment of the multi-stakeholder advisory board to guide the process to ensure that every voice in the country at the national level is heard. And reflected in both the findings of the assessment and also in the recommendations. And the recommendations are as actionable as possible. Well, they are actionable and aimed at every concerned stakeholders to ensure the multi-stakeholder participation in the policy-making process, and then later on at the monitoring process after the recommendations have been put forward. Yes, I also wanted to give an overview of where we have been implementing the indicators. Here, the color coding is a bit outdated, but so basically green are the countries that have been completed the assessments, yellow the ones that intend to start, and the blue ones are the ones ongoing. You can see that currently the largest number of the assessments are in Africa, over 15. We have most of the assessment in the global south. However, I must highlight that the study and the indicators are relevant not only for developing countries, but also for developed countries at any level of their digital development. Considering how comprehensive and holistic this tool is, it gives the option of adapting the indicators to their country level and using the ones that are relevant for their national context. And for example, we had Germany, one of the recent studies, who completed the assessment and really saw the value of the tool as a unique monitoring tool for the internet environment, and it brought forward, for example, gaps in Germany, which otherwise wasn't very visible. So last year we reached, currently I mentioned 40 countries, but in fact we had over 50 countries that somehow initiated the process, but some of them discontinued, for example, the assessment. And as we reached 5-year mark last year, we wanted to review these indicators and the tool to understand, for example, what was the reason for countries not continuing with the process, but also, and more importantly as well, to incorporate the new themes and new areas and emerging technologies to ensure that the indicators, the framework is up to date and addresses the emerging challenges. And also, of course, to try and see how we can simplify the process for member states or stakeholders who wish to implement it to understand their national environment. And so we started the evaluation and this review last year, and we've had a number of consultations with the countries that have already implemented the framework to understand their experience. And we have also we have established a steering committee composed of lead experts from all regions to have their expertise and guidance in the process. And Anyet is one of them who has been guiding and supporting this process. And we've been having a series of consultations at global and regional discussions and fora such as regional IGFs to collect feedback and input. And your input as MAG members and in your also professional capacity would be very important for us to shape the second generation IUI that we aim to launch at IGF this year. So I'll pass now to Anyet to run you through the main changes in the themes of IUI.
Thanks very much, Tatovic. And maybe just to add one or two little points about the indicators is that they are not intended to be an alternative process of gathering data from what national statistical agencies are doing or what other national social science or technical research councils are doing. In fact, one of the reasons why it's so important to us to work in a multi-stakeholder process at national level with government, with the national statistical agencies, with the CCTLD, with academic institutions, civil society and the media, is so that you can also get an assessment of what is the availability of data, like in your national context. How can the work that a national statistical agency does, the data they gather through the census, for example, be reinforced to be able to give meaningful data and evidence on internet universality. So that's a very important part of the goal of the work. So we felt we needed to update the indicators. I'm working as a member of the steering committee and an individual consultant with CETIC.br. And the national NIC, the National Internet Information Center in Brazil, who's leading the revision. The framework of the structure is not going to change. So we're sticking with those Rome X principles. The IGF was the primary platform that UNESCO used in getting endorsement on those principles and getting feedback on the original indicators. So the structure isn't changing. We have the categories, the rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder participation, cross-cutting issues. The themes are also remaining the same. Where we are making changes is to simplify the questions, the guiding questions that your national team will work with as they begin to apply the indicators. And we've also reduced the indicators. There used to be 109 core indicators, 303 indicators, and there are far fewer of them. And then I think, and probably one of the primary reasons, we also wanted to respond to contemporary issues, emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, information integrity, climate change, environmental sustainability. So I'm going to actually jump to some of the changes so we can explain how it works. So for example, in the category on rights, under the theme on economic, social, and cultural rights, we have added some core questions here on whether the National Digital Development Strategy addresses social and cultural aspects of digital rights. And then the indicator there is asking for inclusion of economic, social, and cultural rights in that national strategy. So that would involve multilingualism, for example, diversity, cultural diversity, the extent to which cultural minorities and their languages and their cultures are addressed in the national digitalization strategy. And then we have these questions that ask specifically, do digital policies for employment, education, and health incorporate these rights and principles on economic, social, and cultural rights? And we did this deliberately because we feel there's been a lot of emphasis on civil and political rights in many internet indices, but not that much emphasis on economic, social, and cultural rights. And we have added now a supplementary question, which is optional. So this is where the national team will have the choice to stick just with one question, but they could, for example, if it's important to them, based on their national context, to go into this question. Are citizens and residents, including indigenous and minority communities, able to take advantage of the internet to participate in cultural activities? So for a country like Finland, for example, one of the supporters of the indicators, that's a very useful question because they have cultural minorities, often also in remote rural areas. So it becomes an important question for them to be able to address. I won't go into much more detail because I'm going to invite you to look at this in more detail yourself if you want to. But the other new area that we've added under cross-cutting to address AI, but we're not using AI, we're calling it advanced digital technologies because we want this to be future-proofed. And we feel that the current preoccupation with AI as AI is in some respect, maybe a little bit short-sighted because there are bound to be multiple challenges of that nature facing us in the next 10 to 20 years. So here we ask, does the government have a long-term strategy? I just want to get rid of this, to address the potential and impact of advanced digital technologies. So we're looking here both at positive potential, but also addressing possible harms. And again, here we have a supplementary question on artificial intelligence specifically, because that is a current preoccupation and we were asked to address it. And then there's even a further supplementary question here on whether there's a multi-stakeholder discussion in that country on the ethical and human rights impact of advanced digital technologies. So I think the next one is that, I know that's the next one. The other new area that we've added, also in the cross-cutting theme of the Rome X framework, is looking at environmental issues. And we have been asked to address that in our initial consultation that CETIC conducted. Are the environmental impacts of digital development I should look at this one here, monitored and addressed in the policies of government and business models. We feel that's very important. You don't just look at what government is doing, you also need to look at how trends in industry and how industry and market forces are playing out, what their impacts are. And here the indicator that we've added is existence of policy development fora and adopted policies regarding environmental impacts. And I think I'd leave on that. I mean, the supplementary question, if that country is particularly concerned with climate change and the impact of technology development, digitalization, they can also ask this question: what is the impact of the internet and digitalization on energy consumption and carbon emissions? I think let's move on to the next one, the timeline that we have. So let me explain and why we are giving this to you. During the development of the indicators, we had a very broad-based consultation process. We had hundreds and hundreds of inputs from governments and from other stakeholder groups. We had focus group discussions. We're doing now a more targeted outreach. So in fact, I'm asking you, all of you in the room, if any of you are interested in looking at this new draft and commenting on it, we are inviting you. And we're inviting you to also say, we'd like to comment on the climate change, environmental additions, or we would like to comment on emerging technologies or on rights. So we're not asking everyone to look through the entire document and the entire tool. You can select the areas that you feel are most interested, most relevant to you. The plan is to finalize the consolidated text in August and to launch at the IGF. In the same way that we launched the initial tool at the IGF, we would like to launch the advanced tool. And I think I'll leave it there and ask for questions. I mean, I think the one thing that it's also important to note is this is not a very expensive process for a country to engage in, but it does take some resources. So I think it's also important for governments to be willing to put some funds into it, for donors to be willing to put some funds into it. There are different financing models for it, but it's absolutely essential that it is a multi-stakeholder process at national level. And UNESCO has produced a guide that can help a country team go through this process. So open to questions. And then if anyone wants to participate in this, you can tell us now, or you can come to me later and just give me your email address, and I'll follow up with you on contributing to the draft. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Anjit. And actually, we've shared the document with you earlier. I don't know if you had a chance to have a look at it, and if you have any input now, we very much would appreciate that. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the good work here. This is really important.
Okay.
We
Thank
have
you.
somebody online.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can't.
Oh, I thought
Thank
you
you,
were.
Lito Ibarra. You mentioned at the beginning that these indicators are not meant to establish a rank or even a comparison or something like that among countries or regions or whatever. And I agree that that's a good point. My question, I would like to know if there will be, at least in planning, some examples of public policies, projects, or initiatives in some countries that are doing anything to improve one of the indicators or several of the indicators. So countries that do run the process and find out that their indicator in climate change or whatever topic is low, may follow or may take a look at these examples or projects or policies or whatever from other countries and find out how can I improve in this indicator. I think that will be a valuable contribution from UNESCO to countries that really want to improve their indicators. Thank you.
Should I respond to that? Lito, that's a really good question. And I think, some countries, Germany is an example, where they identified quite specific areas where they wanted to implement change. The one thing that UNESCO did to facilitate this kind of interaction, maybe imperfectly, but is to establish an Internet Governance Forum dynamic coalition. And the idea is that that dynamic coalition is used by countries that have applied the indicators and that are now in the follow-up phase and sharing the experiences. And I must say that the work that CETIC did in this revision showed that it's not easy. It's not easy to actually take those recommendations and implement them and translate them into policy. And also things change so quickly. So I think that's one of the challenges actually that UNESCO still has to deal with. And Tativik, you can add on that because it's not as straightforward as it should be.
Thank you, Annette. Indeed, Dynamic Coalition has been a valuable platform. And what we do actually, also outside Dynamic Coalition, we do organize information exchange among, I did mention that, and it is the case that we do not do ranking or comparison, but what's interesting is that some member states who do the assessment, they look at their neighboring countries to see where they stand. And what we are doing now is, for example, for the South Pacific, we did the assessment in 5 countries of the South Pacific, and we are working now on a regional assessment, which will not do a comparison again, but this was the request to show a sub-regional picture, for example. And based on this, we are organizing at the Pacific IGF training, a workshop for the representative multiple stakeholders, again, from these countries, based on the recommendations of this regional report to help guide them in the implementation process. But in addition, I also must stress that these indicators, this tool addresses several areas of UNESCO's work, and we see more and more colleagues taking up on the recommendations to inform their work. For example, we have indicators in universal access to information, on artificial intelligence, and guidelines on platform governance. So it also helps UNESCO's and other organizations' intervention in their actions, and it serves an evidence-based report.
Tadevik, we have someone online, and then we have another hand over there.
Okay.
Martin, if you can hear me, let's give you the chance to take the floor next, and then we'll take another point from the room, and then we can respond. Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Henriette, and thank you for this excellent work done. Really appreciate it. Actually, my point connects very much to what Lito just said. And thank you for explaining that it also affects other areas of work. I mean, the indicators are a great signal for how much action to take and where to put priorities. Linking it to good practice elsewhere is a very good thing. My current thought on the indicators is that it's still very much focused on, and then the last example may be easiest, environmental, on the use of energy, the waste it produces. But 2 weeks ago in Eurodic, for instance, we had an excellent explanation how implementing a LoRa wide area network in the Kyrgyzstan region would help to really help with environmental monitoring and disaster warning. So that means implementation will be more waste and things like that, but it will also deliver a lot on the other side. Is there a way we can link that to the indicators? Is there a way we can make bridges there? I think that would be an extra lever for what is already very good work.
Thanks, Martin. We'll come back to you on that. Eurodic, by the way, I have to commend Eurodic for excellent content on environmental sustainability. We have a hand over there.
Yes, thank you. This is Elisa Eva for the record. The Dutch government recently published an action plan on sustainability and in the digital environment. And the Dutch government has committed 2 goals towards 2030. First is to further the digital sector sustainability and using digitalization for sustainability. So it's going both ways. It's unfortunately up until now only published in Dutch, but I guess, well, Google Translate still does a lot of magic. And I'm hoping it will be translated officially to English. I can give you the link to the document. And also last year, or I think 2 years ago, in the Netherlands, a lot of parties came together and saying, hey, we think that this is something, the environmental sustainability of the digital sector, something we need to do something about. It's been a national coalition on sustainable digitalization has emerged from that, and I'm not aware of how many partners it has, but quite a few. And as you may know, the digital sector is quite big in the Netherlands. I'll also post a link to that, but again, it's only available in Dutch. But yeah, hopefully translation methods will do a lot of magic for that.
Respond. Yes. So I think Alisa and Martin, I have both your emails. So if we may be so bold to send you the draft and to ask you to comment on the new indicators, because I mean, I think clearly you both point out that even though we've added it, we might be adding it in too meager a way. I'd also like to invite the participants of in the Net Mundial Sao Paulo guidelines to review our section on multi-stakeholder participation, because we updated that section before Net Mundial +10. So there's a whole section of indicators on multi-stakeholder participation. So it would be really good for those of you that have been through the Sao Paulo guidelines to assess it. I think, I mean, so to both of you, but I think, Alisa, you just, I think, also point out one of the reasons why we believe the indicators is so valuable, because it allows, and also why we have to be minimalist to some extent, is that the value of the indicators is that you can bring together that group that you were talking about, together with a group who might be working on information integrity or on access to the internet and inclusion for older people, and you bring them together, and it has that kind of cross-fertilization. So I think that's the value of the indicators. It's the holistic approach, but then that also means you cannot necessarily go into as much depth of every aspect that it covers as you might in sector-specific or discipline-specific assessments. So I'm going to follow up with you both. Anyone else who have a question, with a question or a comment, who can share an experience? Is there anyone in the room who has had experience of the internet universality indicators being applied in their country? We've been part of a country team.
No, not with the internet universality indicators, but with media development indicators, which I guess predates these indicators. And it's been on a country level. So that was my previous life before IGF. And it was an interesting, first of all, cooperative effort at the country level, especially speaking about the countries where the awareness is at a poor level in terms of the methodology that you are putting forward. So I think that's a particular value, and I think it applies to these indicators as well. Since I'm speaking, I want to ask you one question, because Tatevik and Henriette as well, during the first phase and also the implementation period, you worked a lot with the national IGFs. Some of our colleagues have also gathered their multi-stakeholder teams to do the assessment. I know Benin did a very nice exercise in that sense. So I wanted to ask you, now when you have this updated framework, what will be your strategy in terms of promoting it, and how do you plan strategically maybe to involve the NRIs, given the fact that now we have much bigger network than during the targeted period, especially pre-COVID of the first phase? And are there any plans to maybe utilize the regional IGFs as the meeting points to go there and not necessarily promote, because I think there's quite a nice awareness level with the NRIs, but really to benefit from such a nexus of knowledge and experience that exists at those levels? Thank you.
Okay. Zhao.
Hello, this is Xiao. I think it's really useful indicator. Actually, we had the same experience, very similar. In China, we have 1 billion internet users, and our center, we are running.cn. We actually have done for 20 years the internet indicators in China. That's based on the survey, the telephone survey of the users. So our view is from the perspective of internet users, your satisfaction of the internet and how many hours you spend a week on the internet, how long a day, and what kind of application are you using. And also indicators between the rural and urban areas and gender. And so actually we release a report every half year. So actually, I think the data are widely used in China and around the world. Maybe the around $1 billion internet users. But I found that during our survey, we found that some data is really hard to collect, very hard to collect. So actually, we have to make it continued. We have to see something from 20 years. So we actually have selected limited data. We cannot do something too broadly. So we try to see whether we can focus on some part of the indicators. Thank you.
I think it's really interesting, actually, how some countries, you have your CCTLD actually play a very primary role in gathering data about internet usage. Brazil is a case. I mean, the Brazil example is incredible. The data that NIC.BR has is very sophisticated data on internet usage. And not many CCTLDs actually play this role. They would gather data about registrations. They don't necessarily gather broader data of how the internet is used by industry or by the academic community. So, but I think that's been one of the that's what we've learned the hard way, that there's often not data available on this. I think, Tatevik, do you want to respond to Anya on the NRI question?
Yes, thank you very much, Anya. Indeed, just to start with the last point, we have been making very good use of the regional, sub-regional platforms, IGF fora. Now, we've been in many of this fora where we were able to share the experience and also bring together groups that have already done the assessment, which indeed encouraged and motivated other countries to do so. And we will continue to coordinate and cooperate with the sub-regional IGFs to continue our engagement. And in fact, we have currently a number of countries who have expressed interest to conduct the IUIs. Once the revision is completed, of course, we welcome very much financial support to be able to support as many countries as possible. And in addition, I must say that there are a number of countries which have already done the assessment. And for example, 5 years later, they're interested to see their progress and see the results of the implementation of the recommendations. For example, Kenya has already completed the follow-up assessment, and they did assess the progress since the first assessment, and we have countries that also intend to do this. So it is a very useful tool also to monitor the progress since the recommendations are put in place. So yes, thank you very much.
There's a question online from Avri Doria. She asked, are the indicators used or intended to be used to initiate deeper inspections when warranted on particular issues? Are there any efforts that have done that? Has any country team used the indicators to delve more deeply into a specific issue area?
The wealth of the indicators, as I mentioned, it is true that now we've reduced the number of the indicators, but the beauty was that if the country felt that they needed to delve deeper into a specific area, we did have cases, for example, where the particular issue was found as of greater importance for the country, and they did delve deeper, or this particular assessment, for example, prepared grounds for further strategy or approach to the specific topic. For example, we have examples in Nepal and Mongolia where the indicators gave a picture of the situation, for example, of access for people with disabilities, and then they designed follow-up actions also with support from UNESCO to, for example, go deeper into the issue and try to find solutions. So indeed, we have had many cases like this.
If there are no other comments or questions, I think we can bring this to a close. But I can also just, I think one thing we might not have mentioned is that meaningful connectivity is a new area that we've built in, very much in response to the discussion within the IGF and beyond it, where just talking about access is no longer considered sufficient. So in our questions and indicators that address inclusion, we have now added that concept of meaningful connectivity in line with the work from the IGF policy network on meaningful access and connectivity.
Thank you for mentioning that, Anya. I must highlight that that we do have this set of indicators which are complementary to other indicators that exist, for example, from ITU, UNICEF on children. So it is indeed while some of the indicators address different areas of work that other UN agencies, for example, go deeper into, this gives a holistic overview and provides complementary, for example, information in some areas. So just to highlight this, that it's not a competing tool. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to the online participants. Isra Rosas from Internet Society has also just put his hand in, and it's good that we know we can rely on input from ISOC as well. So thanks to everyone, and grab us if you want to ask about this, and we really encourage you. I think it's, we talk about the multi-stakeholder approach, we have the Sao Paulo guidelines, and we all work in a multi-stakeholder context, but it's particularly interesting and challenging when you assess your national internet environment through a multi-stakeholder process. People always say they learn a lot from that process. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much, Juliet, for your work and support throughout this time. Thank you so much to the IGF Secretariat for your continued support and for this platform to talk with the MAG members and observers today. Please indeed reach out to us if you have any comments or if you want to make any contribution. And if you think this can be initiated at the national level, because this is really a nationally owned process, and it's the chance for every stakeholder to make contribution to shaping their internet policies at the national level. And huge thank you to our partner CETIC.br, NIC.br for their continued support and for leading this process together with UNESCO and many other initiatives, and of course to the members of the steering committee who have been supporting us throughout the process. Thank you so much, and I think we're
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and evening and morning to those of you who are online. We're going to start in 2 minutes.
Okay, so on the floor is the swapping of the first two agenda items after the lunch break. So we want to, on the floor is planning IGF 2024 main session. Start with that to follow with final workshop.
Yeah, the final workshop approval, because before we leave, we would like that initial list to be approved formally.
Yes. So, okay, no objections? Anybody on the online is objecting? No? Let's see. Okay. Do we have a list or we just ask for a list?
Celine, can you just come here for me. This one. So
Okay.
right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to ask the MAG
Okay, so the floor is open for suggestions on main sessions. Open for main sessions.
Yeah, so we're doing the main session discussion now. So there's two ways we can look at it. We can first of all look at the schedule and see the open slots, and then fit in the main sessions to the suggested open slots, or we can just first of all talk about the concept of the main sessions, how we would like to structure them, their purpose, and then work our way up from there, and then look at the schedule during our discussion, whichever way you would like to do it. Chris. Oh, Bruna, sorry. Yes, Bruna.
Okay. No, let me just say very briefly, I like the second idea of starting. Oh, sorry, it's the first idea. Anyway, starting with a look at the schedule, because we haven't seen that yet, and I think it would be really just put us in the right frame of mind.
Okay, Bruna, and I apologize, Bruna. It's hiding behind the microphone. So.
You don't need to apologize for that. Not today, Chingata. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, just same thing. Support the second approach because I think it would avoid us from getting into the discussions from last year. That was like, how many slots for sessions in the main room do we have? How many slots can we accommodate? How many DC main sessions? How many PNs and intersessional work main sessions we're going to have? So it's maybe easier to do a holistic look at the broader agenda, and then we see what can we accommodate and when. Yeah.
Yes.
Alhaji, Mark. I was thinking, I don't know if it is not too late, if you can share maybe some of the experiences we had last year in terms of the successes or in terms of the issues we had. Maybe from there it can help us to build a better one for 2024. So I don't know if it's not too late. If you have any experiences, maybe we can share, and then we can go from there. Yeah.
The thing about talking about the concept of the main sessions, what we experienced last year, and whether we should do exactly the same as last year or try to do something different. So that's one way of doing it. So I would rather hear from the MAG first on the concept of the main session and what we're trying to do instead of hearing it from the Secretariat, because it's the MAG. Main sessions are basically the MAG's responsibility. So what does the MAG want to do with the main sessions, and what lessons have we learned from not just last year, but from the previous years? Or are we just repeating something because we've done it before? Mm-hmm. Jordan, thank you.
Thanks, Changatai. I didn't even decide whether I was going to put my flag up, but here we go. So I think in my head, just trying to think this through, there are some principles that I've been trying to think of. One of them is that I think we should reflect the sub-themes that we've defined for this year's IGF, because I think it would be a bit odd to sort of use that as the basis for the session proposals and to think of them as an important lens into what we think matters for internet governance this year, and then not have main sessions. So I think we've done some of that thinking already. So 4 main sessions like that. And then the second principle I was kicking around in my head was whether there are any particular pertinent external factors that we need to think about where there's something that the IGF would have a unique perspective on. And the one that has been mentioned already by, I think, Roz from UK, who was here before, is the WSIS Plus 20 review that's happening next year. I guess you could argue that that would be covered anyway in the 4th sub-theme, which I can't remember the name exactly of in my head, but the one about governance for the internet we want. But that said, the IGF is by far the largest and most dynamic and most engaged multi-stakeholder forum, which would have the opportunity to shape the WSIS review before it gets into the final phases next year. So I think it would probably be worth having another, a more general approach that sort of draws on the themes that came through the workshop proposals, and then perhaps a session that's more focused exactly on that WSIS challenge. So if you did that with an opening ceremony and a closing ceremony, you'd end up with 7 blocks. But I'm just really saying that to provide something for people to argue with. So there we go.
Thank you, Jordan. Yes, we just wanted a starting point, and you've provided it. So thank you very much. I would ask somebody from the Secretariat just to put up a document and just say sub-themes and the 4 main sub-themes, because that was a solid proposal. And then we have...
The overarching theme and the 4 themes.
Oh, yeah, the overarching theme and then the 4 themes.
So we're not sharing now the schedule, but
yeah,
first,
just
okay. Thank you.
Overarching and
Some-
the 4.
Google Doc that I also shared with a private mag list, so that you can also, if you want, follow it from your own computer. Thank you.
And then there was also the other suggestion of the WSIS plus 20. We also have to see how we're going to do the WSIS plus 20, because we are also going to have the high level session, right? So, and just taking on to what Bruno and Chris and the others have said, we don't want to have a main session on WSIS plus 20 and then also a high level on WSIS plus 20, and they're all discussing the same thing. So I would say that and I'm looking at the host country here, that there would be a high level session on WSIS plus 20, where we would have the people we would invite people like ITU, Secretary General, UNDESA Secretary General, sorry, and others who are the UNESCO. I don't know who the highest person from UNESCO is going to be, to discuss that at that level. But it doesn't mean we can't have another WSIS plus 20 to discuss another aspect of it.
We are open to that. We are open to that. We will discuss this with Secretary. And I think at a point of time, this is a very important topic to be discussed at a very high level. So we are open to that.
Yeah.
Just... Okay. Sorry, I was just coming very briefly. On the main sessions, I know we have been historically attaching them to the sub-themes, and I think that's the first question at the table, right? Whether we're going to do one per each of the sub-theme or we do something different this year. I do think that there is a lot of space between on each of those baskets, right, for us to innovate and so on. But again, I was, as I said before, I would really welcome that any sort of a repetition of previous discussions is an evolution and not just a new iteration of what we have done before. And I'm not just talking about AI, I'm also talking about the future of the IGF, mandate renewal, I'm also talking about cybersecurity, and a lot of the topics we might welcome as main session topics. A second point is that we keep pushing for the diversity we pushed in the past years, right? To welcome different perspectives, including youth and including minorities in these conversations. It's even more important to reinforce those ideas at this year's IGF. And in terms of the themes and suggestions, one thing that jumps into my mind would be something on, not necessarily, but something on internet fragmentation and geopolitical challenges that are being posed to the internet. might be a space where we can address shutdowns, might be a space where we can address interventions on the general user experience or anyone that might have access to the internet, and placing all of those conversations in this bigger scenario. It would be something that can be under the Internet We Want basket or umbrella. So just an initial suggestion to you guys. And on the duplication, I just think that as though as it would be super important to have a high-level session on WSIS plus 20 as well. If we opt for doing so, then it would be important to have the MAG working together with the host country in shaping that session, because we normally do those separately, right? The high level is organized by the host country, and we do our things on our own. So if we do, let's say, a merge, let's work together in doing this so-called merge, so the session can be even better in that sense. So that's all.
Thanks. I did say I was going to give it to Carol, but just a quick comment. Yes, no, thank you for that. And the high-level sessions are Secretariat, host country, and UNDESA. But yes, of course, we should add some MAG input into it. That's fine. My personal opinion here, I don't know if we should be putting geopolitical contexts in titles, because we're not here to discuss geopolitical issues as such, but internet issues relating to internet shutdowns. I think we can do that quite well without delving into geopolitical issues. But yeah, thank you. Elisa?
Thank you. This is Elise for the record. I think Bruna mostly covered my main point on the WSIS plus 20. If the host country and the Secretariat want to have a high-level session on that, I would very much encourage you to also include the MAG in this, because it's such an important topic also to the MAG, and to have this diverse, thought from the MAG on how to mold and sculpture this this session. I think it would be really important. Also, before in a broader context, also I would be very keen to understand or to know which kind of sessions the host country would want to have as high-level sessions, because I think it's also pretty important to not have too much overlap between the high-level sessions of the host country and the main sessions the MAG is preparing, because last year I think we saw quite a few main high-level sessions on AI, and to regular IGF visitors, I really wonder if that difference is very clear, as main sessions are organized by the MAG and high-level sessions are organized by the host country. So it makes sense to streamline this as well.
No, thank you. And again, this is the last one. No, thank you. I just wanted to mention that for the high-level sessions, we have not come to a list, but WSIS plus 20 is an obvious one. That's why I mentioned it. But for the rest, what we fit in the four, I think if you do it, unless the host country points out something that is an obvious one at the moment, I think we can just go ahead, and since we will be the high level will be the second one, we'll try and get away from that, not overlap. Yeah, the onus will be on us instead of you. Yeah.
Okay, just before I hand over to Olga, maybe there were topics or repeating themes that were in your individual grouping that you may feel would be a good main topic to link in, or to be an opener for the sub-themes for the IGF 2024. So you could think about what you saw repeating in your separate groups. That could be a start for you. Olga?
Thank you. So I was thinking that Regarding the high-level sessions, last year there has been quite a lot of criticism from participants that there was little space left for Q&A sessions or for any kind of interaction during those sessions. So maybe while it's really a good idea to have VCS Plus 20 as a high-level session, so maybe it would make sense to make it either long enough, let's say, so that we reserved for sure some component for this interaction with the audience. Or maybe we could also make it after the initial remarks kind of as an open mic conversation as it is done at ICANN, so that there is also the opportunity for participants to provide feedback, to ask questions, so that we can also hear what's the stake of the community on this issue. Maybe also it's worth covering in a separate session edition, so that we don't mix everything in one bowl. So we can also focus on other internet governance processes that are currently happening, like GDC should be already adopted by that time. So probably this could be some kind as a follow-up, but again, maybe separate from this VCS Plus 20 session. Rather than that, I think we could go under these sub-themes baskets to identify the topics for the main sessions. And also, I would suggest that we have something from like on technical topics from technical community in the main sessions, because we usually tend to overlook that. And even in those submissions that we received, at least for the sub-team which I was reviewing, there were like really 3 technical-oriented proposals. So if we want really to have also people from the technical background participating actively and being interested to attend. So I believe it's worth to reflect that in the agenda as well.
Thank you, Olga. Just a comment. I attended Drift this year, and one of the sessions, all they did was introduce a panel and then asked for questions. And the session was amazing. Once somebody asked the first question, it just kept rolling and the panelists got involved. So first of all, everybody was shocked, say, what? So there was silence. And then some brave soul threw in a question, and it really went well. So thank you, Olga. Jordan?
Conscious that I was already voluntold to talk at the start of this. It's kind of a question about whether there's an underlying philosophy for the main sessions. In the past, are they meant to tease out an issue and then draw community insight, or are they meant to be that quite solid and long exchange of views? Because I get the sense high-level ones are almost always a succession of dignitaries giving small or less small speeches, which is always part of these kind of the formalities of these events. So if there was a high-level session a bit like that on WSIS, it'd be great to pick up Olga's suggestion to do a kind of very engaging Q&A session that was designed to elicit the breadth of IGF participant views about how the WSIS review should be shaped in the context of what's been agreed in the GDC. But if that's not the kind of thing that's meant to happen in a main session, that would be handy for newbies to know.
I am going to be a little bit mischievous and ask Marcus to answer the question on the philosophy behind main sessions. What was the philosophy behind the main sessions?
Well, to begin with, it was just, these are essentially, shall we say, the backbone of the IGF, where the most important issues are going to be discussed. And it sort of got slightly diluted over the years, and up to a point it began to look like a glorified workshop that people sent in proposals, but to begin with, it was really the MAG who defined a theme that should be tackled by a main session. And I think the discussion is going in the right direction. And I very much like Jordan's approach. Also, you defined now 4 main themes. So it would make sense to have main sessions dealing with these 4 main themes, and then have some other items dictated by what's happening in the outside world. And then obviously WSIS +20 or the follow-up to GDC is an obvious candidate for the kind of main session. We did so, for instance, we always used to keep a slot open for emerging issues, whatever that would be, because you never know what's going to happen. And in Bali in 2013, one of the emerging issues were the Snowden revelations. And yes, we then had a main sessions on that, and the Americans actually welcomed that and decided to face the global community and discuss what was in these NSA revelations. And that obviously made a great main session dictated by outside events, and it was a very topical event that year. And this year, the topical event seems to be indeed a GDC follow-up and preparing WSIS +20, and the MAG, in your wisdom, you defined 4 main themes, and in that sense, it would also make very much sense to devote main sessions to that. And as I have the floor, you forgive me to make a sales pitch for the intersessional when defining main sessions. Don't forget to look at the potential input all the various intersessional components of the IGF could provide, DCs, NRIs, BPFs. I'm not saying they should be given to them, but you could turn to them for some input in shaping the main sessions. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Think as well, then we should put up there on the sheet, because we only had 4. I think we should put the DC main session, because that's an ask, right? We should put the NRI main session and any other main session that's apart from the themes. Just put it up there so everybody knows what we're talking about. Anya?
I just would like to inform the MAG about the NRI's work regarding the main session. So because of the complexity of the process in terms of the consultations to understand what the NRIs want to discuss in the year, we have to start very early in the year to meet the MAG's timeline. So we cannot, as a network, I speak, wait for this discussion to happen midsummer. So that's why the consultation started earlier this year. And the network has already made some good progress. So they endorsed an overall topic for the main session, which is the evolution of internet governance and multi-stakeholder model. I've shared in the chat the link to our shared document where we work on further developing this proposal. But I just would like to also remind that I think in 2018, there was the agreement that the NRI's main session is in fact a cooperation between the NRIs and the MAG, respecting each other modalities on developing the session. And so the network is fully aware and of course invites the MAG for cooperation on this topic. The purpose of the NRI's main session, it's explained on the IGF website as well, but it's always to look at the topic from a country, local perspective, from a regional perspective, and because of strong youth component, also from the perspective of the youth as well. So thank you very much. I'll put the link in the chat just in case so you can see it. Thank you.
Justin?
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, whatever it is. Yeah, I think, I mean, Marcus kind of hit it. I think the main sessions are diluted is a good way to frame it. It seems that the high-level discussions have really preempted the main sessions as where a lot of the dignitaries go, or the kind of high-level principles or whatnot. And so that saps some of the energy out of the main sessions. But I think there is also some challenges in how the main sessions are structured that seems to make them just frankly, not that interesting or lack interest. And I think some of that is there doesn't always seem to be a dynamism or focus or a point to some of them, that it is a broad topic and everybody's just kind of delivering talking points that may or may not be on the same subject, right? Loosely on the same subject. And so I do think that we have an interest in maybe making this as a little bit more of a focused conversation, and then drawing out more than just the prepared statements from participants. And then later, you know, making sure you have the right participants that can have engaging conversations there. To the kind of, so taking that and then looking on the screen, I worry that the same kind of themes that might be appropriate to capture various workshops, they're very broad, and appropriate in kind of, if you're looking at workshops or structuring the work of a big conference, somewhat kind of work against you if you start talking about a 90-minute discussion, because again, they're so broad that it's, you know, it's not clear what the point or the focus of that session is, what's the takeaway. And I would recommend almost that we tighten that up a little bit and make it more of a focused conversation. On that, I just will look at the IGF this year, and I think that things that really would be suspicious to me if you didn't see a high-level conversation around are global AI governance. I mean, it is being talked about everywhere. The General Assembly, is on the cusp of adopting the second resolution on AI in 4 weeks, and getting ready to then turn immediately to a global digital compact, which will include elements in that. So you could have 3 agreements in New York in 7 months on AI. It would be strange for me that the IGF is not really, kind of asserting itself in that conversation. And then clearly there's a lot of recognition of the role of the IGF in the follow-up and review of the GDC. That seems to be kind of an important conversation that we need to respond to, because there's been a lot of calls for it. And then clearly we're pivoting then to WSIS plus 20, which has huge implications for IGF, both as a WSIS outcome itself, and since WSIS plus 20 will really decide the future of the IGF. There might be a way to tie those together. They're not either individuals, but I just, looking at some of the conversation, and I'm sure there are others, I would recommend having a tighter conversation, finding ways to actually draw out views versus just kind of have existing positions reiterated or repeated, and make sure that we're kind of engaging in what is some of the current conversations happening around the globe. And so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Chris?
Thanks, Carol. Chris Buckridge, Technical Community MAG member. I think I'm building a little on what Justin was saying there. I mean, I think the themes that we have, the sort of 4 high-level themes, are starting points for thinking about 4 main sessions. Though, yeah, he's right that these are too broad and too diffuse to actually be very, very interesting, and they just invite people to come in and make sort of bland policy statements one after another without engaging. So I think part of what we need to look at today, and maybe in the coming days and weeks, is taking the essence from each of those themes and coming up with a much more tightly scoped and interesting question to ask that can be discussed and answered in those main sessions. Now, I would actually also say that for each of the other NRI, PNAI, PM, et cetera, main sessions, it can't be just a main session from the PNAI. That's not a sort of, that's not a title for a session. So we need to sort of, if you are going to take up a main session and use a main session in the IGF, you need to put the thought into, okay, how do we make this interesting, drawing on what the work of PNAI or the and sorry, I'm just taking that because it's the first one in the list. It's not intended to be a specific commentary. But yeah, how do we take the work we've done this year and tease out the interesting questions, and then find the speakers for that main session who are going to have an actually interesting discussion about that. So I think certainly for the 4 themes, that's the work of the MAG to come up with those interesting sessions for these others, which are driven by the intersessional structures and DCs and the NRIs. It's the job of those groups, but certainly working with the MAG. Thanks.
Rona?
Thanks. Just in terms of the sessions in the main room, I think we need to make this differentiation, right? And we had the same discussion last year, that the sessions hosted in the main room or the big hall are not all necessarily main sessions. And what that implies is that it's not the MAG that's behind each and every single one of them, because once it becomes a PNIF, PNAI, PNMA, BPF, cyber session, it gets out of our control, right? So I just wanted for us to perhaps do this differentiation, or just ask, like, are we treating all of them the same way? Does it mean that once it's in the main hall, then it's MAG that's doing the oversight of the organization, or are we allowing for the intersessional work to have these spaces to showcase our work without the MAG intervention? So that's my main question to everyone. And also, I mean, I like as usual, like Jordan was suggesting, a direction that's the direction we had the past years, right? To use the main sessions as sort of a summarizing, or to raise up one of the issues that came through the baskets of submissions and so on. But also something we have always discussed was the idea of perhaps having someone doing an overview or summarizing some of the discussions on each of the sub-themes and each of the tracks. I don't know exactly when is the moment for that, but perhaps we can allocate like a 15 minutes on the beginning of each day for someone to come in and just explain what that track is about, maybe in the main room, maybe in a lightning talk room, just for someone to say, hi, this is the peace and sustainability track. It will be very important for you to follow sessions on agriculture, on, I mean, connection, IoT and agriculture, some things like that, just so we can provide attendees a better, an even better overview of the program and so on. And I think we have been lacking on that side as well. So a suggestion and a comment on that sense.
Manny?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to come in with a suggestion and building on the previous ideas that were shared. I think having a session on AI, I agree that it's a very timely approach, and we should have a session on AI, a main session on AI. And if we can already start putting together some specific focus areas that we want to position our main session towards, and then at the same time, already some MAG members that would like to volunteer for the development of those main sessions. For example, I would like to put myself forward already for a main session on AI, if that's something that the group is in agreement with, to go ahead. Thank you.
Olga, Chris. Yeah,
Thanks, Carol. So I think I'm very much in line with what Justin and Chris was saying. Because my feeling throughout the years was that people want main session just because it's called main session, without really investing effort to make it focused, or really to design the discussion around some specific problematic issues. So I'm thinking that if we stick to these 4 sub-themes, we could just pick one of the most, let's call it hot, trendy, challenging topics within those sub-themes, and just go into more details rather than having a broad discussion about everything and nothing at the same time. And another suggestion for what we could include as the main session, not really saying into which of the sub-themes specifically, but given that around half of the world is going through the elections this year, and there is a lot of related human rights violations also related to the use of technology, a lot of misinformation and disinformation campaigns, a lot of accompanying internet disruptions and shutdowns happening. So maybe this is also something which is related to many participants who would be attending IGF and who could share their experiences. And I believe that would be quite relevant.
Okay, Alhaji.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I quite agree with the first speaker on the AI governance to be part of the main session. Because again, if you look at the ITU, actually they had a very wonderful session about this AI governance. And I think that one, we can agree on that very quickly. But the second one also I would like to suggest is we are doing the IGF in a particular region. Maybe there are some very key priority areas that they would want us to deal with at the IGF. And perhaps maybe the host country can actually make suggestions. Because again, each region, actually, there are things that are very peculiar to that particular region. So maybe perhaps the host country can actually see maybe if there's a particular area in those 4 sub-themes that they think we need to prioritize, perhaps we can also pick 1 or 2 to be part of the main sessions. And I think that would also help in the regional and also their neighbors, and all of them will be covered under those themes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes.
Oh, Chris.
Thank you. Chris Buckridge, Technical Community. I just, well, first I wanted to acknowledge Olga's point. I think the kind of session she's describing absolutely sounds very useful and relevant. And actually, I think, to me, sounds like what I was kind of describing before in taking theme 3, advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age, and narrowing it down to something a little bit more relevant and timely and interesting. So I don't know, I think that to me sounds like the way forward. The other point, it was just kind of reacting a little to something, or to, I think, a comment or a throwaway comment that Bruna made. I'd really want to encourage those structures, the policy networks and the BPF, in using a main session, getting sort of agenda space in the main room, not to think of it as an opportunity or primarily an opportunity to showcase their work from the year. I mean, it's good to showcase work and it can be part of the input, but you need to have something much more than here's a showcase of our work from the last 12 months if you're actually going to hold the attention of a room full of people in a main session at the IGF. So yes, use that work you've done as the basis for something, but don't think of this as sort of, we have 90 minutes to talk about, the work that we've done over the last 12 months. But yeah, thanks.
Okay, Zhao?
Actually, I'm not sure. We should just focus on the sub-themes because I think we have something more important to talk about. Because next year we have the WIS's president review, and the role of IGF should be strengthened. Maybe also the topic, the main theme of this year of the IGF is we are standing at the multi-stakeholder future to build our common multi-stakeholder future. So maybe in the main theme, we should talk about the digital cooperation, how the different stakeholders could work together to build our future a little bit. And also, I agree with many mentioned AI governance and the previous MAG members. AI governance is very important, and also I suggest that MAG members should be more involved. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. Josephine Eliza, MAG member in civil society. I would like to agree with the proposal on going beyond the current sub-themes, which, in my opinion, are so broad, and also look at what are some of the emerging conversations that are happening currently. And one of those issues, I think, globally is around conflict. And it's within this context also that we'd like to put in a proposal by IGF to the, a proposal by APC to the MAG to consider a main session on internet in terms of conflict, And this is within the context of the current ongoing conflict, for example, in Sudan, where it's resulted in major internet disruptions, affecting negatively humanitarian responses, as well as families staying in contact. We also have examples in Gaza, where much of the telecommunication infrastructure has been destroyed, and as discussed in a recent draft resolution to the ITU Council. And lastly, an example of where stakeholders, some stakeholders have put in proposal to sanction in some way or another Russian Federation in the context of the actions within Ukraine. And so these are examples of how the current conflicts across the globe are putting the public core of the internet at risk. And so APC proposes a main session that will bring together speakers from humanitarian organizations within the UN system, as well as bodies such as the ITU, the ICRC, as well as experts in international law, and together with organizations from the internet technical community to talk about how best the global IGF community can respond effectively in such contexts and what guidelines exist or what should be developed. So just putting this as an proposal as we are discussing the main sessions and what could be some of the sessions that could be included in the list. Thank you, Chair.
No?
Chris, was that an old one? Bruna.
Okay, Bruna?
Thank you. Just reacting almost immediately because I somehow might have known about the proposal beforehand. I think it's a really important and timely topic to include, and thanks, Josephine, for suggesting that out to us. And again, I really think it connects pretty well to not just the ongoing conflict and a couple of conflicts, right, in the world, and also the sub-theme number 2, peace, about peace, and I always forget the full name, enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. So just adding a +1 of support for that session, as it would allow us to connect with ongoing ITU discussions, the emerging problem on conflicts, even on the region, and it is highly connected to sub-theme number 2. That's all.
Yes. Okay.
Octavia?
Anybody else?
Thank you, Chair. Octavia Hunt, a MAG member. I think that's a good proposal. If I may, I'd just like to add that hearing now just the proposed speakers, or I think perhaps we could also just look to the private sector in that. I think it's important to have that. We saw, for instance, in the invasion of Ukraine, we saw Starlink being used. And I just think that the private sector itself could have a good contribution if that's to be a main session, to have that addition to it, just something for APC to consider.
I just want to make a comment with regards to the sub-themes. I think when we sat down to discuss those sub-themes, we thought very hard and long on them. And we also chose them based on what is important to the IGF. So to turn around now and say that, hey, there are things beyond that, I don't know. I think that those themes encompass, and if we look deep enough into it, especially after you've seen so many proposals, you can say, hey, this is something that a lot of the community has been talking about, and let's try to frame it into something that will open up the discussion, that would make people interested in going to some sessions. The proposal just put forward by Josephine and APC, it's one of the sub-themes, peace. So let's not just abandon the sub-themes. Let's look deeper into them, because we really thought about those. We fought about those, and you know, we came up with great descriptions about what it covered. So I think we need to cycle back and say, okay, how can we make this something that is interesting to start off a day or to end a day, that type of thing. That's just my input on that. Chris?
Thank you, Carol. Chris Buckridge, Technical Community. I think we're not a million miles apart in what we're saying here. I agree with you that we came up with those themes and we shouldn't abandon them, and they still provide a very good basis for the discussion. But I do think also we came up with those themes thinking of them as these are baskets into which we can invite people to make proposals, and looking at a main session, we do want to scope it in a little bit from that to make it actually a sort of more interesting discussion. And I think that's what you're saying a bit when you say we need to dig deeper into those themes to create a main session out of them. So I think it's not about abandoning the themes themselves, but just about, okay, now that we've used them to guide people's input to the event, how do we take those themes and translate them into very interesting, engaging main session material?
All right. So I suppose just jumping off of what Chris is saying, because it jumped into my mind. When we do that, Chris, we make things cohesive and focused. You know, for the last 2 years, we were talking about IGF and IGF being focused. So yeah, let's make it cohesive. So having said that, let's have some topics. Okay, Saba?
Thank you, Chair. So for me, I do agree with what the Chair proposed because I believe many of the topics can fall under those 4 sub-themes. And we know that they are even more broader, that we can include many topics and ideas. And as a team who evaluated the workshops, I suggest we develop those main sessions. And if, for example, there is a proposal on AI governance, we can, of course, work with PNAI so that we can integrate those intersessional works as well. And same goes with the others as well. And for instance, the title of the proposal from the NRI's main session is Evolution of Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Model. So this can go with the last sub-theme. And I suggest this is something that's very important when including intersessional work as well. So thank you.
Okay, I want to just focus in for a second on the harnessing innovation and balancing risks in the digital space. I think that a lot of maybe member states, big tech, you could correct me if I'm wrong, are really concerned with regards to innovation, and countries are also, or member states are also thinking about their economies. So we also talk about multi-stakeholder versus multilateral. So let's look at, I don't know, I don't want to say controversial, but things that will really get people thinking, each stakeholder group thinking. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Martina.
Thank you, Chair.
I completely agree with you. Exactly, it was why I raised my hand. And me, I see it maybe in a subtopic, enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. And I was in this subtopic, and exactly we receive a lot of proposition, if I may say, by political side. But I think it is really important to see it by economical, by business side, because the companies today, they are really in the difficult situation with these sustainability topics, with the development, with the changing what we have. And I think it is a crucial with, if we will have really the economy which functioned and not have the poor the people that without financing guarantees. It will be the reason that we can reach the peace by the economical side. Could be helpful. Sorry, I was a little bit lost in my English. And if I may, if I may, I think it is exactly this why we discussed also yesterday how to attract business. If we will bring the answer, and we will try to bring the answer, because it is a really huge topic, and a lot of companies has a lot of problem. So it could be really interesting also for IGF for the future.
So a thought came to mind from Martina. You know, there's this, the 3 Ps, which I brought up some time ago, and I think UNCTAD did, not, I can't remember which group, but people, prosperity, and planet. Can we do it all? Can we have it all? Sometimes we sit down and we think that it's people versus planet, people versus prosperity, prosperity versus planet. You know, can we have it all? Can we do it all? You know, it's not a matter of fighting one against the other. How can we do it all? Mary?
Thank you. So Marit Palovirta, MAG member from the private sector. Yeah, I've been listening in, and I wanted to just express my feelings on these. So we would, I think, support keeping the AI as a main session. I mean, I know that it has been talked about a lot, but the reality is that it was already said that this is a major global theme at the moment. It is also a policy theme in many parts of the world, including Europe. So, you know, we cannot really escape from it. I was part of, like Marlena, part of this peace, development and sustainability group by assessing. I like the idea of taking the peace aspect as one of the main sessions. There were very interesting proposals at the workshop level, and I think we could come up with, let's say, some kind of a novel approach to have a main session around that topic. I think that might be a nice novel factor in a way, that's something that we didn't do last year. Talking about what is important for private sector, I think one thing that we didn't mention yet is the meaningful access. I think there's the policy network on that. It is a lot of repetition in a way, because it's a topic that is kind of always present. But I think that, together with innovation, of course, for private sector, would be very important to somehow bring it up in the main session, as those are the kind of the 2 key things that I think help spur economic development and you know, prosperity, and of course then also come down to the citizen level. So yeah, those would be my thoughts at this stage. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to give everybody 5 minutes to come up with a topic. We've discussed and we've discussed. Martina, you wrote your topic down already? Okay, so let's just take 5 minutes, think about what's being discussed, and let's see if we could get some innovative, thought-provoking type main sessions. Timer?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay.
So no questions, we've discussed. Let's put our brains to thinking. You could do it within your group if you want to, or you can do it you want to do it within your group? No? Okay, so if you do it within your group, I'll give you, how much time we have left?
Oh, I gave them an extra 30 seconds, so we are not there yet.
Okay, so if you do it in your group, we'll give you 6 minutes, starting now.
6 minutes?
Yeah. So quick shuffle, quick shuffle. Okay, everybody, we're ready? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats?
No, that's a lot of time. 2 minutes is a lot of time. 30 seconds. Wrap it up. It's up to these guys. They haven't said. Last gavel. Okay, so at this point, we're just going to take everybody's ideas. We're not going to discuss yet. So as you present your idea, it's going to go up on the screen, and then we'll take it from there. So I'm going to throw in one, then Abdul Rahman will throw in, I don't know how many he has, and then we're going to go through each one. So we're not discussing whether it's a repeat of a topic. No, we're just taking everybody's idea right now, and then we'll go about saying what's repeated, what can be put together, and take it there, okay? So the one that I have is just unpacking the GDC. That's me.
For me, it's more about the right for the people to have the same access to the AI across the globe, especially the less fortunate nation. They don't have enough data, or they don't have enough resources. So the question is that how we make sure that AI or generative AI or these technologies is accessible to all.
So that's AI accessible to all. So let's have harnessing innovation and balancing risk in the digital space. That's you, Jordan? You're going to give, okay.
Obviously, this is really carefully considered and deeply thought through. We came up with one about harnessing AI in the public interest to try and square the circle about massive community interest in discussing AI, but also not wanting to have the AI forum or the IG forum. So, rise of AI has led to huge focus, but this main session would focus on how can the development of AI be shaped so that it serves the public interest first, rather than the interests of those who create it.
Contribution? Rona, that's you? Yeah.
Just something that we worked on briefly. Name of the session would be draft, leveraging the internet for peace promotion and conflict resolution. A main session that would address the role of the internet in conflict resolution and peace promotion, as well as assess recent situations in which the public core of the internet might have been compromised, either from private or governmental actions. The goal would be to discuss how the global internet governance community can respond effectively in such contexts, what guidelines exist or should be developed to respond in such contexts in the future. That's our suggestion.
Oh, so you're doing one for each one? Because that was under enhancing digital contribution, peace, development, and sustainability. So the next sub-theme was advancing human rights and inclusion. Unless if you have two, you could give two, No? Okay, so who's advancing human rights and inclusion? Whose group is that? Who'll get that? That's number 3. Is Talon here? No? Okay, so let's look at number 4, improving digital governance for the internet we want. Yes.
Thank you. Chris Buckridge, Technical Community. We had discussed, and this is just really a couple of us from the group, but that maybe that would be the appropriate session to use in response to the GDC. Because I think we do have a number of sessions on WSIS Plus 20. That's a much more far-looking strategic idea. What do we want from WSIS Plus 20? But we are going to have the GDC by the time we get to the event in Riyadh, and it has, looking at even the latest revision that's come out today, invitation to the IGF to incorporate a track look to consider GDC and its commitments. So it seems like it would be useful at this IGF to bring the community into the discussion of how does the IGF actually want to operationalize or respond to that that invitation. So I think that would be a good opportunity.
What's the name of the topic?
Oh, sorry, I didn't actually get to the name. Did we come up with a name?
Implementing GDC.
We'll come back to you with the name for that.
Okay, so anybody had some ideas that they threw out and want to bring? Elisa?
Yes, so this is Lisa Heaver for the record. To add to what Chris was saying, initially we were thinking, or there was some thinking about internet fragmentation, but if the PNIF, so the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation, will also have a main session, in our opinion, it wouldn't really make sense to have another main session on internet fragmentation. Hence, we were looking towards a different topic, just to clarify what this shift came from.
We're seeing some things on the chat. You want to go ahead, Alhaji, and take the mic? No? Okay, good. Now.
So we want, okay. Okay, thank you. The first one is about the AI, that is harnessing the policies and regulations for the promotion of AI across boundaries for sustainable development. Harnessing the policies and regulations for the promotion of AI across boundaries for sustainable development. And then that is on the AI. Then the second one is sharing policies. Let me repeat. Harnessing the policies and regulations for the promotion of AI across boundaries for sustainable development. Then the second one is sharing policies, laws, and regulation for the promotion of safer internet for sustainable development. Yeah. Sharing policies, laws, and regulations for the promotion of safer internet for sustainable development. Merci.
Okay, just taking some from the chat. Justin has bridging the GDC and WSIS plus 20. I don't know, that might go under 4. I'm thinking. Huh? Oh, he does in the chat? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm seeing. Go ahead, Justin. You can give your.
Sorry to clarify. The number shouldn't be confusing. It was I was just listing, not didn't mean for those to be. I can see the confusion. Yeah, just on those, I think that clearly in the GDC there's a recognition for some role for the IGF, but also just looking at the timing, the GDC is also, as well as framed now, pivoting towards WSIS and incorporating a lot of the follow-up in the WSIS. IGF could have a role in kind of bridging that discussion between what the GDC wants to do and WSIS plus 20 next year. I think if you look at the GDC too, but in general, there's a question on global AI governance. What is the role for the multi-stakeholder community? I think we understand that better in a true internet governance context, but maybe not in an AI governance context. So it could be interesting discussion there. On the improving digital governance for the internet, we won't. Some follow on Net Mundial plus 10 and the Sao Paulo principles might be interesting. And then at least on this digital technologies and the risks to societies, I was just trying to, sorry, I'm choking, get something that kind of captured this issue with elections, conflict zones, things of that nature.
Anybody else hand up in the room? No? Okay. Bruna, Martina.
Really quickly, I think I agree with Justin on the point that it's slightly more about WSIS plus 20. It's under a WSIS plus 20 framing than solely IGF versus GDC or IGF plus the GDC. So if we're going to do anything on that line, it would be far more like meaningful to engage it in a way of thinking through the action lines and what's going to be the future of everything in this debate. But I mean, we also don't know whether this is going to go through the high-level sessions and so on. On the elections bit, another idea I discussed briefly with some colleagues would be, and also building up from on what Olga said, would be the internet in elections. So just a discussion for why the internet is a key medium for sharing information and forming opinion, but in the past year, it has also enabled challenges like human rights violations, disinformation campaigns, and raised questions for election integrity. So a session that would kind of explore this intersection between information and electoral integrity, and also assess the electoral megacycle that is 2024. So just an additional suggestion.
So do you have a catchy something for it, like crossroads of internet and elections? Because we have some long topic lines here. We need, something that'll catch somebody's attention. So yes, that's a good one, Bruna. Anybody else? Oh, sorry, Peace. Oh, Martina, sorry. Martina, then Peace.
Yes, thank you very much. I maybe underline this, so topic, what I suggest is catalyze economic prosperity and green plan by internet, or reach economic prosperity. Maybe the wording is not very good, but really how the main session could be about how internet could reach economic and prosperity and green planet, to find a balance between economic prosperity and green planet. So we have to a little bit play with the wording, but this I want to suggest, if I may.
Probably balanced with I think Celine, she wants to add in there something about balancing it with planet.
Yeah, how to reach the balance between economic prosperity and green planet, and how the internet could help it, to catalyze it, reach it. I don't know.
Peace, then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose something under peace, and it would be protecting the public core of the internet in times of conflict. And this session would, look at what guidelines exist, and the role of the private sector, humanitarian organization, the media, civil society, technical community in such times. I just repeat it for Celine: protecting the public core of the internet in times of conflict.
Dennis?
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this week, the UN Secretary General launched Global Principles for Information Integrity. It has recommendations for multi-stakeholders. It has 5 principles: social trust, resilience, healthy incentives, public empowerment, independent, free and pluralistic media, transparency and research, and it has calls to action for technology companies, AI actors, governments, etc. So I can share the link with Celine, but this is very much related to what you are discussing, including elections. So you may want to look at that.
Okay, so now we'll move to looking at each one of these. I think these are great. Give ourselves a good. Okay, so let's roll back up to the top and open for discussion. You're looking at whether things can be combined or reworded. We're going to try in the initial run to get 4, okay? So let's start with the first set under harnessing. Feedback time. Harnessing innovation and balancing risk in the digital space. And we have harnessing AI in the public interest, harnessing the policies and regulations for the promotion of AI across boundaries for sustainable development. What is the role of the multi-stakeholderism in AI governance? Alisa?
Yes, this is Elise Haven for the record. I'm just wondering, are we gonna do all the way wordsmithing now till we have the perfect title for a main session? Or will we leave in the end of the day some space open for a group to figure it out a bit further? I understand we want to have a broad consensus on which direction the main session will be going, but I'm not sure if at this point we should be, well, looking all the way down to the details of the details. And sorry, that counts for all the sessions in the end.
We do have time space tomorrow for that. So I think that's a good idea. Anybody objects? So what's on the floor is that the groups take it away, clean it up, come back with some topics.
Is that what you said?
Hi, hello, my name is Daniel. I'm independent and newcomer. Please let me know if I'm allowed to speak a little bit now, as unfortunately I have to fly tonight. But I just want to share some thoughts that I was discussing with the different members here of the MAG. I like this discussion because it's important to me as a newcomer to frame a little bit the event itself and all the discussions under an umbrella. And it's important to me and hopefully obvious to all of you that everything that we speak and expect from this meeting also explains why IGF exists, why this forum exists, and what is the desired outcome at the end of that. We all want to have an impact coming out of Riyadh this year. So with that in mind, I was thinking specifically to AI recently. And I would put under the umbrella of, would the AI exist without internet? That would set the frame at the very beginning as a secretary speech or country leader, host country, to set the frame why this group is discussing AI. AI exists in labs 40 years ago, existed in companies, but the technology advanced so much that allow us to have in our pockets next year. So with the benefits, with the opportunities that we have ahead of us comes the risks. Then we set the ground for the first topic, balancing innovation and risks. That's the opportunity for us in different areas and technical areas that we have in this room to explore both the opportunities and the risks in those areas. The contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. As the co-chair properly said, besides investing in AI, we needed to make sure that the 4 billion people that don't have access to internet today, or maybe 2 billion, different stats may make me right or wrong, are necessary to leverage this new technology and achieve the benefits that for the internet we want. We want the internet to be available to all, so the AI will be also available to all. Will help UNESCO achieve their goals, like our colleagues said today. I love the presentation, by the way. So this connects to human rights and inclusion in the digital age. So that's all about internet and AI working together. And finally, to make sure the internet is all we want, there's the need for government. There's the need for some sort of alliance and governance working together. So we all move in the same direction. So some thoughts that I was having may be hopefully obvious to all of you, that we'll be working on different teams, making sure that they are not isolated topics or items in the agenda. But at the end of the event, we can go back to the first question and say, yes, internet comes first, AI work together. So that's my suggestion, Chair.
Okay, so no more hands. So this is how I'm going to try to close this session, trying to steal from Daniel, if you allow me, with some liberties. So some of the things that we could think about, impactful outcomes, opportunities and risk in balance, connecting the dots between digital age and people. Internet is not in isolation. Okay. So we're going to go back to the first agenda item after lunch break, final workshop review and approval. What time is it? Nah. Okay, so I see Peace and Martina. Can we save it for tomorrow morning? Or Peace is the old hand. So Martina, tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Thanks. Celine?
Thank you. So, of course, this is a list that we're going to share with a MAG, but here we consolidated all the accepted workshop proposals from the discussions and also from the latest versions that you sent to us. I'm going to scroll down now to these two that will be merged. So we will go back to the organizer and make the proposal of merging. These three are accepted, providing that they work on a more diverse panel. These are under Advancing Human Rights and Inclusion in the Digital Age. And here on the waiting list, you can find, these five. We're going to share the list, but also please, each group can double check whether this reflects the latest discussions. And please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Anybody wants the floor on this? Oh, sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to clarify on session 157 and 38, that they're not per se on that waiting list, but well, I gave some other instructions, or our group gave some other instructions on that. So just to be sure that they're not as a separate proposal on the waiting list, but they could either be moved or requested to bring their input to the NRI session or merge. So there was a slightly different instruction to that.
Merge
Integration
together or
into
go
the
there?
NRIs.
Yes, and Abdurrahman did another suggestion about the Lebanese proposal that they could possibly either a speaker or two or their thoughts could be merged into proposal 194, I think it was, on the regional IG or the Arab region landscape proposal. I think it's 194.
That's workshop number 38 would join the discussion on this accepted version workshop around the Arab world discussion, right? Mm-hmm.
Many?
Thank you. Many Anastasia Abdu, private sector, MAC member. Sorry, just a quick correction to keep it for the record. Session 225 should be moved accepted under the condition that we have a more diverse panel, and then session 229 can be actually deleted, not waitlisted. So that's our only comment. Thank you.
Is the air conditioning in here?
They want us out. I'm just going through the online to see if there are any hands. I can't see any. Anything else? So are we approving those in green? And we'll get back to the ones. So what's the total of the ones in green? Each?
90.
Thanks, Chris Buckridge, Technical Community. Sorry, just for clarity, so do we expect to have be able to approve the ones in the waiting list tomorrow? Is that the expectation, or is there?
Yeah, the waiting list. I don't think so.
So that some of them we need to go back to propose person.
Sorry. So the waiting list is with those conditional accepts and the move, and also the waiting list will only come in if there is a dropout or if when we do the schedule, we find out there's space and then they will come up. So that's why they're waitlisted. Mm-hmm. Pardon? Yes, you're approving the waitlist because the waitlist is condition approved. The green ones are straight in and then. Yes.
Sorry, thanks. And so, yeah, no, I know, and what you're saying makes perfect sense for the definition of a wait list. But so are we at the limit for green accepted?
That's my understanding. Yes,
we are
at the limit.
At the limit. Okay.
Yes.
Just all right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
But again, as I said, this does not mean that some space may not open up because when we put everything in, we can find out there's some space. And also some people may say, oh, I'm sorry, my funding just disappeared or something, and we can't come. And then those people come in. Yeah.
Sorry, just leaping in again. But so are we in that case thinking to give a sort of deadline for people to say, yes, I can be there? Or are we thinking of these as, wait list and the people will be on site or available anyway so that it can be approved at the very last minute? Or is it?
We need a deadline. And if they can't come there physically, then they would need to say yes, because there are conditions for remote in any case. So yeah, so there's going to be a deadline. Yeah. We'll let you know.
Saba?
Thank you, Chair. Saba here, MAG member from the technical community. Just a question on the clarity of the last one, join NRI discussion or merge. And what do we mean by merge? If those two sessions are merged, are they going to be accepted? Or just have an NRI discussion? Thank you.
Standard, and I would like Elise to correct me, but I should say it, is that, yes, if they're merged and there is space, they'll be accepted. And also, from what I heard from Anya over there is that their topics are already set as such. So it's the likelihood of them being accepted is not great. It's not non-existent, but it's not great as such. Elise.
It's Elisa Heaver, for the record.
Every single day.
It's okay, Chengetai. and all those people from the secretariat. Thank you. So yeah, it was just like a kind suggestion about those two proposals, that they're actually quite interesting, but they were lacking regional diversity. And if there's space and they are willing to merge or something like that, then they could be part of the program, but also indeed on a waiting list behind the other two, I'd say, because they didn't meet the basic criteria in that sense of diversity.
Okay, as the groups discuss their main topic, I also want you to think about facilitators, because that was one of the items on the agenda. Okay.
So I think you have to ask the question. So we have accepted this list. We need a yes that the list is accepted.
Yeah. So are we accepting the green first? Green accepted? Okay, good. Are we accepting the conditions for waitlisting and conditioning? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, thank you on that. Do you want to do this?
So just for the next steps, as far as the workshop is concerned, we are going to notify the green listed ones that they are accepted. The waitlisted ones, depending on why they're waitlisted, they're going to be informed. There's going to be a deadline on when they should come back to us. And we're also going to publish this list on the website so people know if they're accepted and if they're waitlisted. So that's the next steps for the main sessions. Do we need to go, I mean, for the workshops, do we need to go through the main sessions, because we're going to come back tomorrow morning with the main sessions in any case. Apart from that, are there any other questions or issues on the agenda today that you would want to discuss further? Martina.
Go ahead, Martina. And then Jordan.
Thank you. Only to add, because tomorrow I think we will close the main sessions. But frankly speaking, I really appreciate, Daniel, your input, it was great. But frankly speaking, it is not only AI, which is the only technologies that we could speak. It is a lot of, we can speak also about blockchain, edge, cloud, everything. And what is true, that as you start, that AI will not function without internet, but also another technologies as cloud will not without internet, and also AI will not function without data. So it is, and data today it is really really important, because as we for example, I'm from Gaia X, and we spoke that the new internet of the 21st century is a data spaces. So we share data and everywhere, and they stay under our control. This is data spaces. So I think this is the point, that not to have only AI as a technology. I suggest, and don't forget data, please. Thank you.
If I may comment on that, this year, UNCTAD, now UN Trade and Development Department, has been doing a great job in spreading the word of blockchain and how that can help small countries to access large markets. So I've been in discussions early this year. So it also navigates through internet. Good point.
Okay, so you have an hour which you can use to regroup. You don't have to use the whole hour. So I will end today's session, but give you time to group and oh, sorry, Jordan. Go ahead, Jordan.
You may have been about to do it anyway, Carol, but I was just wanting to be clear on what the task is and what the groups are that are doing them and what the deadline is. So
we should have taken the picture in the morning. I know some people are leaving tonight, so so you basically a recap again, okay? So of course I stole from Daniel and made some little changes again. So you're supposed to be coming up with impactful topics that can lead to outcomes. You're looking at balancing opportunities and risks. You're connecting the dots between digital age or space with people, planet, prosperity. The internet is not in isolation. These are 5 things I think that cross-cut everything that we've been talking about. So it's just to help you get thinking. You don't have to have all 5 in there. It's just things to keep you thinking. So we're looking from you a defined topic, a nice one, not a long dissertation. Okay, so a topic that we can fit on a schedule. Also, hopefully, some facilitators, and if you're so bold enough, some speakers. Okay, so.
Actually, the title shouldn't be more than 60 characters.
Okay, the title shouldn't be more than 60 characters, including dashes and spaces. And colons.
To follow up, so this is just murky. Is it the same groups as did the workshop assessment? So you want each of those 4 groups to convene? Or are you asking us to do what you just said individually?
You can do a group one, the group ones. And for those that have individual ones, who gave individual ones, you can also do the same thing, clean it up, come up with some ideas.
Yeah.
Because right up and now, we're not eliminating anything.
Yeah. Sorry, my point was that the workshop groups.
Ty is saying that you could abandon your group and go somewhere else. No, but seriously, if you feel that you have some input to give to any one of these other topics, because we kind of should punct you into a group, and you may want to move from out of that group. Yes, feel free to do that. So you're not harnessed to that group. All right. So, Alisa.
Thank you. This is Elisa Heaver for the record. Maybe to make it practical, shall we say for those in the room, group 1 is going to meet for the beginning their group 2, their group 3. Well, so, and then we can also see how many people are interested in a specific topic. And if there, for example, for one of the topics is only 1 or 2 people, that might be an issue, and for another group there are 12 people interested or 15 people, that may be a bit too much. If you're going to let things loose now, yeah, we should have, though, a slight balance between the program organizer, and maybe after this, that would also mean that you take responsibility to organize this main session on that topic.
So good point. Group 1 by Angola, group 2 at Martina. Oh, sorry, group 1 is, topic, so group 1 will be harnessing. So harnessing at the front. Who's 2? Improving digital governance here where Martina is. 3, so I'm going in a circle, advancing human rights at the back where Germany is. And 4, I'm getting globally. And 4 is enhancing digital. I don't know, is there a country behind there? Norway. Okay, it says that Norway. So Angola is taking harnessing. We don't have a country here. So the country of Martina is taking improving digital governance. Germany at the back is advancing human rights and inclusion. And Norway is enhancing digital contribution to peace, development, sustainability. Okay. So the meeting is ended. No, what? No?
The picture.
Oh, the picture. Ladies, makeup, action. Who has the camera?
We have.
Celine will take the snapshot. So everybody, even if you're in the room, so she's gonna go screen through. Hopefully you don't switch. So everybody turn on their Oh, I can't turn on mine because then.
Calm down.
Yeah. You both. Oh, because you can't see them.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
the only tall one. The rest of you are.
Yeah. It's including MAG members as well as non-MAG members. So everybody that's here online and that's not in the room, you could turn on your camera.
Yeah, I think if we do 2 rows, then let's go. We'll all be standing.
We're always inclusive. That's why I said everybody. But if you want to,
Carol, you might need to be down the front.
Yeah.
So, that you're
So we're gonna change this around to show people have an opportunity to be at the back.
We have bishops. We have to say back.
So,
Let's change the screen up here. Yeah, so you can.
He's just leaving. I see.
Come on, Jeremy.
Come on,
Joe. I think he's doing it. Yeah.
Technical. Save us from human rights. I mean, save us from human rights. Same thing.
Come on, UNESCO and OECD.
come on, UNESCO.
Come on.
Well, Mrs. Parker.
Is there any way to get the tile of all this green?
Yeah, we tried. Are you getting the people in? You can't?
You understand, yeah? No one knows how to use WebEx.
Except no, we have WebEx. You can't get them up?
Is there any way to get the
Pardon?
people?
But say I'm on WebEx and I have them.
So there must be a way.
Yeah, I have them.
I have WebEx and I have the people.
I have the people.
Oh, share your screen. Share your screen.
Oh, I have no idea. Can somebody share the screen?
Mr. Apple, can't you share the screen?
It's coming.
Yeah, but I don't want my.
Selena's gonna share.
Okay.
So all your private stuff is private.
Exactly. There's a lot of messages about all of you.
Again.
We were so close.
You have to put on
It seems this is the one that's on. It
the
seems
microphone.
This one?
It seems
No.
Turn off the chat.